to start marking a few things in here before we settle in for the show. Thanks. I saw you, JS. I saw you, Michelle. Let's have a look. I'm just going to pencil in a few things here just for today. You know, this is all, everything's changing all the time, you know. And I'm just making some notes for today right now. These are the awkward ones. And then we have the other quincunx over here. It's funny, we had another one even earlier. So we have this one over here. Now I'm just going to put in all the stressors, very stressful stressors. This is my biggest problem over here, is this one. Sweet Neptune. Let's see if I can do this. Very harsh alignment there. I see a very harsh alignment here. Now we have some sweet things going on, which is helpful. It alleviates some of the pain. That's basically this thing here. Sun and Neptune are very harmonious right now, which is a bit of a relief. So I'm just going to put all these things aside so we can do this. Thank you. I'm getting this done a little early so that I can come to it a little bit later if we have to reference this, because I will be referencing this in tonight's readings. Simply because I feel that's just basically how I work, actually. Actually, let me put another sweet item in here. So it's the red ones that are tricky. The orange ones are very tricky, but they're much harder to understand. But they're there anyway. Alrighty, let's have a look. I'm going to go over to you guys now and just check in with you personally, let you know I'm here. In person, yes. Okay. Hello, Gregory. Wow. You're in another meeting right now. Okay, no worry. Hello, Path Traveler. Hello, Love Triber. Hello, Gabby Girl. Hello, Journey Seeker. Hello, JS. JS, you've been here before, yeah. And Michelle. Yeah, we worked together before, I remember. All right, so it's been a bit of... I'm struggling to catch up with the day. And... I haven't really done all the catching up that I'm supposed to do. I'm doing something right now. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm just doing some, getting things set up here. Okay, so for those folks who are maybe just watching, observing, sorry, I have a lot of catching up to do today. I only just managed to get here in time to get set up for the show. So I'm just going to put the little welcome hello page. This is for folks who are just curious, you've never been here before. And if you're interested, this is where we do Sunday Night Live Super Chat mini readings. Okay? This is home of the world famous. Of course, they are world famous because we've done this all over the world. Live mini readings. Now, I was given some advice on how to do this a little bit better because normally I just call it like Super Chat Sunday or something like that. And if anybody wants to, they can. The easiest thing, of course, is the Super Chat because that's just a button. You press it, it's right down below where you type. If you've never been here before, hello, World Girl. So what happens is if people want a reading, Gregory's already lined up. Let's just put him on the spot there. Your name goes here. So I'll just put that over here, okay? And Mr. Ross has already purchased a very, very expensive Post-it note. On the other hand, he does get a free reading that comes with it. Thank you, Mr. Ross. So I'll put you over here. All right, now, so if there's folks here who are new, who've never done it before, and you'd like to dive in and do something very bold and brave and get yourself a live tarot reading, like they do at tarot parties. It's very public. Everyone else is watching you, watching us, watching your reading. And it's not so bad, because sometimes what happens is, let's say you get yourself a reading just because of curiosity, or maybe you've got some serious issues, whatever it is, and you do it here in a public forum. What you'll notice is that sometimes the readings resonate with other people who are watching. So it's like multiple people get tapped into a reading. And all sorts of other things happen on the show. Some people do a pay it forward thing. They don't need a reading, but they like to support the channel, do things like that. So the easiest way is the super chat, which is basically where you type in. You put your $10 in the slot, and it comes through like a payment processor, like online shopping, and then it shows up here on the chats, and I can create a list of the folks who want a reading. I can usually handle about 5 readings per show, sometimes a bit more. It kind of depends. And then we kind of go from there. Another way you can get a reading, the super chats, by the way, they go through YouTube, and they take a huge percentage for themselves. So if you're interested in making the maximum impact, you can donate directly through your PayPal to the Tarot Illumination email, which is over here, which is alittlebookabout@yahoo.com. Or you can do this. There's another way. Depends how good you are with your devices and things. You can go to tarotillumination.com. I'm sorry, it looks a bit weird at the moment, because I didn't align things properly, but there is a place where it shows the donate. You can click that, and then up comes the button here. You click that, and it goes to another payment processor very similar to Super Chat, and you just put the card in there, and that's another way to go. So yeah, I wonder if I have, let me see if I have to go back, see if I can adjust this in case because I'll have to I might have to reference this little screen here again. So give me a second. I want to go over to the stage here. I just want to finish this stuff up, all right? Hold on. And that should give a better view. Let me try this. Yeah, that's a better view, okay? So hopefully you can see the donate button. This is the actual tarotillumination.com website. And also, if anyone really wants to get into it and you want a personal consultation, you can book a reading over here, okay? Same sort of thing. Anyway, there we are. Let me just finish the title for the show. Hello, Karen. Kia ora. Yeah. Thanks for writing the other day. Sorry I haven't been able to catch up with everybody recently. It's been quite busy here. So, hold on, who's Aya's Vlogs? Is there a list? Hello, Aya's Vlogs. Well, in a way there's a list. The only list that really exists is if or when somebody to book a reading, you get your magic post-it note and it goes right up here, and that's the list. Gregory's already started. You basically get your name put on the list, okay? Oh yeah, thanks Path Traveler. Yes, there should be a new insert on the description box below where it shows this thing again here, but properly. There's an actual link, and you can donate directly with your PayPal to alittlebookabout@yahoo.com. Thank you very much. Okay. So, yeah. It's the 8th of November. (2020). And it's already Monday over there in New Zealand, it's your springtime. It's going to be heading over into your summer soon. Everybody needs to know Karen Clark is over there in New Zealand on the North Island. Karen Clark, we've talked about Karen before. She has a business doing a lot of artisanal work related to New Zealand culture. And yeah, well, we've talked together several times. Love Triber is here. Hello, Love Triber. Hello, Path Traveler. Who did I miss? World Girl. How does Virgo feel about me? Well, yeah. Well, there's one way to find out. It's we could do a little Super Chat mini reading. Hello, Gabby. And hello, Journey Seeker. Ah, Journey Seeker, you've been here before. Is Journey Seeker the same as JS? JS. How have I been? TL, how have I been? Hello, Michelle. Well, how have I been? It's been very disorienting for me personally. I'm just going to admit openly that, let's have a look over here. First, let me say hello. There we are. Hello, everybody. I've basically been trying to mind my own business to get through all the turbulence recently. Let me go back to the chart in a minute and I'll show you about the turbulence that has left me feeling very, very unsettled. And I think it's happening to a lot of people, not just in America, you know, because of our elections, but all over the world. Now, I talk about this stuff more on my little Wednesday show, which is a little bit awkward because I deal with global politics and global finance. And I have perspectives that are a little bit, you know, not exactly mainstream. So anyway, just letting you know. But for tonight, we're just going to be doing readings. But just let me go over here. Back to the, where is the chart? I just had it. I just made a chart for... Hold on, that's really weird. Now that's, oh, there it is. Ha, 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 ha. Yeah, so I made this for tonight. This is the astrological weather for tonight. It's a very simplified version of westernized astrology, where we always put Aries on the horizon for the newborn energy of the day. And this affects the whole Earth. But of course, these things, the very same energies that affect planet Earth, affect each of us as individuals, depending on your so-called rising sign. Okay? So it would look like this, depending on who you are. So it's the same energy fields, but it affects you in different ways in different parts of your life. So this is like how it's affecting Earth right now. And I made a little video early this morning just to basically, partly to wake myself up and get myself aligned, really, because there's a lot of, to me, very unsettling things going on here. We just crossed out of a very awkward, what's called a finger of God here. And we had another one earlier today. Actually, let me put that in because that was really uncomfortable. And these are very fleeting things. You know, the planets change every few minutes. You know, every 4 minutes, the rising sign changes by 1 degree. So today's been a very, I would say, awkward day for everybody trying to find out and understand what the heck is going on planet Earth right now. In the United States, we've got the elections. There's a lot of turmoil, as you know. And with these aspects over here, the yods, these are sometimes called a finger of God. I'll put another arrow over here, here, and here. There's a lot of very uncomfortable pressure that goes with this, and it goes with this. And where was the other one? This one, and I had another one earlier. Oh yeah, this one here. So there's actually 3. There's actually 3. So, and what I noted is that there's still a lot of energy of conflict here in relationships, people relating with each other. There's a lot of hostility in the United States right now. Things are very polarized, radical left polarized with the radical right wing. And Mercury is in Libra, just turned direct, and that's in a very, very difficult angle to the reality check police over here. So putting a lot of pressure on individual personal communications and global communications. Okay? And there's a lot of pressure here. The pressure is coming onto like the foundations of the United States to really get our act together in such a way that you can't avoid it. You can't pretend it's not happening. It's affecting everybody. And that, in fact, affects the whole of Earth. And everybody's watching what's happening in America right now. And this one over here, which is very upsetting for me, this I see as fraud. Neptune in a shadow aspect behavior, working directly on the North Node in Gemini, which is affecting the whole of Earth. And that's all about truthful, honest communications that are being heavily compromised. So I see this as there's a lot of deception, betrayal, lies, underhanded manipulation going on in global communications, mostly the big corporations and media and so on. And it affects everybody. And all of this will change in a few days, a few weeks, a few months. We've talked about that before. But for now, this is what we've got for tonight. So I'll probably reference this in some of the readings. Let's have a look. Okay. All right, let's have a look. Okay, so I'll just leave that here for now just to see what's going on. Okay, I'm going to check in myself. Here we go. Yeah, there we are. I think I said hello already. Well, if I didn't. Well, hello. This is Tarot Illumination. It's Sunday, 8th of November here in the United States. I'm in sunny Las Vegas. It's actually got very chilly today. So that took a lot of adaptation. I had to do a lot of chores and taking care of business and so on. And then it's time to do the show. And then we're here. So let's have a look. Let's see. Karen. I said hello, Karen. Hello, Gabby Curl. Hello, Love Triber. Karen at Path over there in Kentucky. Gabby Girl in Chicago. Karen over in New Zealand. Aya's Vlogs. Where are you, Aya's Vlogs? I'm always curious about people's locations, as you know. And let's have a look. Word Girl. Let's have a look. How does Virgo feel about me? Let's have a look. And Gregory's over in New Mexico right now, I believe. Let's have a look. Journey Seeker. Journey Seeker, you've been here before and you've told us where you are before, but I can't remember. And JS, I can't remember either. And Michelle, yeah, okay, hi. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be a very small, quiet show tonight. I'm not sure how that will work out. We'll see. If there's anybody new out there, completely, like I don't remember if Aya's Vlogs got here before, but you're welcome to join us. I kind of described the different ways to book your mini reading live. And the same goes for, who's the other one I just got here? Where are you? Word Girl. Where's Word Girl? Word Girl, yeah. If you want to get into this a little bit more, just follow the prompts on the super chats and so on. All right, so it's Kia Ora Kotua. Hello all. Yeah. So, okay, to me it looks like Jennifer Rubino. Hello, Jennifer Rubino. Okay, well, thank you for introducing yourself. Tell us a little bit more. We get all sorts of people who come here, Jennifer. We get business people. We get other astrologers, other tarot readers. We get energy healers. We have people in the arts, people who take care of other people in all sorts of ways. Sometimes we get, I don't know, we get kind of, I don't know if Nikki's going to be here tonight, but if Nikki arrives, Nikki is a psychic medium, okay? She works as she does mediumship. She likes to make sure it's different from, doing tarot or astrology. Love Triber does very specialized readings based on the actual, casino, Las Vegas, poker type playing cards. It's very specific. It's a very precise form of, it's not really astrology, but it's based on very similar tenets. And so Love Triber offers readings. And who else is there who offers readings? Let me have a look. Some of them aren't here. I don't know. Let's have a look. I can't tell. No. Yeah. I know Gregory likes to sometimes read his own cards for fun. I don't really read my own cards very often. I find it sometimes very distracting, and I get puzzled. And so I end up basically having to wing it. I have to wake up in the morning and I just have to wing it through the day, hoping that I've done the best I can to clear myself and keep myself kind of neutral, so that whatever happens, I deal with it, even if I end up blubbering my eyes out or I'm laughing my head off for whatever reason. So, yeah, Jennifer, in case you didn't see it, let me go back, everybody. I just want to show Jennifer the basics here. So, Jennifer, this is the Tarot Lumination Sunday night live mini readings, okay? We've been doing it for a few years now. It's about the only shows that I do on the channel anymore. For various reasons. It's kind of sad, but I don't want to go into that right now. At least we're having fun tonight. So if people want a reading, Jennifer, if you're interested, you can donate directly through the Tarot Lumination PayPal. You just use the email, alittlebookabout at Yahoo. And you can also, it shows where to do this in the description box below. And Jennifer, also, if you want to, there's another way you can go, which is you go to tarotlumination.com, and you can go to the donate section, press the donate button, and put your money in that way. That's another way to do it. And last but not least is the super chat. And that's the super chat. If you've never done one of these before, Jennifer, that's probably the easiest thing to do, is just where you type, just below it where it says say something, there's a little circular smiley face, and then there's a box with a $sign in it. That's the super chat box. You press that and it opens up a little mini payment processor. And some people use that one. Okay? So I hope that helps. Path Traveler says, hey, TL, I just sent a donation for an astro forecast. I believe you know my chart. Oh, well, I know little segments, but I don't store all the charts that I've done readings for. I've done hundreds or thousands of readings for people, and I can't remember them all. I'll do what I can. So, give me a second, Path. I just want to check something here. Hold on. How am I going to do this? Give me a second. I'm going to have to do some clickety-click around the pages and see how that works. And over here, so I'm kind of figuring things out as I go along. Yeah, I got it. Okay, Path, I see it. Thank you very, very much. Got it. So that's proved that that works. Fantastic. Now I can shrink these buttons and press these buttons. Okay, thank you, Path. I got that. So I'm going to book your very expensive post-it note. All right, so Path Traveler just informed us through the chat that she put a donation through the Tarot Lumination PayPal. Okay? So I have it on record here. Thank you. Okay, I'll make a note of that, Path. Hold on. I'm going to make some notes right here. Path Traveler. Want some notes about your astrology, right? Oh yeah, because the moon is in Leo right now tonight. Okay, so we'll have fun with that in a little bit. Okay, Path, don't you worry. So Leo Sun, there's your notes. Leo North Node, according to your notes. Libra Rising. And the Virgo Moon. Okay. Okay, well, let's see what we can do. There we go. So, Jennifer, I hope that explains things. So we've got 2 up already. Thank you very much. Capricorn for Jupiter and Saturn. That's right. I remember that part. I'll make a little note over here. That's enough for now, okay? Jupiter plus Saturn, both in Capricorn. Okay. So that's a lot of pressure. Let's just put it that way. Nikki's here. Nikki's in the house. So everybody who's here, be aware that you might get sensed by Nikki. Nikki's a medium, and she can't really help it. I mean, basically, she always picks up on the energy here, and we'll see where that goes. So, Nikki, just so that you know, we've got a few newbies here tonight. There's Jennifer Rubino, and there's another, where is it? Aya's Vlogs, and there's another one, Word Girl. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I thought I'd let everybody know. So I'll just leave this over here for now. Alright, so we might as well just get started. It might be a very slow, quiet evening. I have no idea. Maybe some people will arrive later. And remember, this is not personal. This is just the impersonal energy that's going around there right now for everybody in one way, shape, or form or another. A lot of people don't know about this stuff. A lot of people don't care. But it happens anyway, you know? It's sort of like the weather, you know? Alright, Gregory, do you have any particular notes, or do you want me to just do a complete blind reading? I'm happy either way. I'm going to start shuffling now so we can get on with the show. Let's have a look here. I see your notes, Nikki. Nikki's already operating as a medium. She just can't help herself. I hope everything's good over there up in the New York area. Oh, okay. So you want me to start with Path Traveler because Gregory had to step away. Sure, no problem. Let's have a look. I'll just do it that way. Well, actually, let's just do it this way. So let's put the path in the middle for now. And we'll just do it like that. So we're just going to dive in, okay? I'm going to do a few cards, and because Path has been so generous, I'm going to, weave that in with a bit of the astrology, okay? Oh, Nikki, can I post the PayPal? Well, actually, here it is. So if anybody wants to pay directly through PayPal, then all the money goes to Terra Illumination. You basically, if you have a PayPal account, just send it to alittlebookabout@yahoo.com. Otherwise, you can go to the, let me just explain this again for anyone who's interested. Let's go over here. The other thing that you can do, I don't know if you've got enough gadgets or enough fingers or enough hands, you can go to terraillumination.com and click the donate page. Go to the donate button. It's just like PayPal or Super Chat. It's just a little box that comes in. You put in your cards and scroll down and you can select debit card or credit card or whatever you want to do. So that's another way. And the last and third way is to do the Super Chat button. Okay. Either way, the money arrives here at Terra Illumination, and you get a reading. Okay. So right now, there's the PayPal through the email. There's the PayPal through the donate page, where you don't have to have a PayPal account, and then there's the Super Chat button. Okay. And in the description box below, it's the same notes as this, where you can see it much more clearly. Okay? All right. Hey, Jennifer, it looks like you're getting a reading whether you like it or not. Yeah. That's the one. Thank you, Nikki. All right, let's see now. Okay, I'm going to get started. I got to get to work here, folks. Okay. All right, let's have a look. Oh, it gets covered up on the iPhone. Thank you. Thank you, Nikki. Yeah, let me just light that up because my screen is my filters are very extreme on this channel. Okay, so in case people don't know, sometimes your chat might get shut down or blocked out in case the filters sense something funny's going on or a little weird. But anyway, it seems like everything's working more or less okay. So let's dive into it. Okay, I'm going to pull some cards for you first, Path Traveler. As you know, I'm going to do what I always do. I know it might seem boring or simplistic, but I use a very simple spread. It's the Tarot Lumination Situational Spread. It's sort of like when you go to a car mechanic and tell them, hey, listen, there's something wrong with my car. I don't know what it is. Can you check it out? Then they take out their little black box. They plug it into the computer, and they can pretty much check anything on the car. And it's a diagnostics machine. So that's sort of what we do here. And then we're not telling you how to live your life or making your decisions for you. What we do is more or less, it's all about you've got to reveal it to heal it. You can't really fix something until you know what it is that needs fixing. As that's with your health, psychological, emotional, spiritual health, financial health, relationship health, family health, housing, whatever it is. You've got to identify it. You've got to reveal it to heal it. It's very, very simple. All right, so cards are already well shuffled in advance. I'm going to go to the last second so that you're a witness. Let's have a look, see what's going on, Pat. This is just going to be totally random, okay? See what comes up. All right, let's have a look. Let's bless these cards. Bless these cards. Bless every single card. Bless the whole deck. Bless the channel. Bless the viewers. Bless the cameras and the lights and all the multiple softwares, all the technology, everything that allows us to do this wacky thing that we do here, you know? Let's see what comes up. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Well, you already nailed it, Path. You basically said the astrology is pinging my chart all over the place right now. That is correct. But let's take it to the next level. The astrology is pinging your chart in what way, shape, or form. Why, who, when, where, how, and so on. And what does it have in terms of meaning? Let's have a look at the weather. I like to think of this as the weather, which is going to relate to the astrology chart in a moment, okay? So you've got the King of Swords here. So to me it feels like you're being called. It's almost like a calling is happening right now for you, Path. In some ways it's very uncomfortable. What I'm sensing here, there's a lot of pressure to wear the crown of truth. Hold the crown of honesty, integrity, power, and strength against all forms of oppression and fraud and fakery in the world right now. And that's really hard to do, but someone's got to do it. You're very strong, Path. On the other hand, to me it feels as though you're being quite taxed. You know, the King of Swords is great on its own, you could say, but there's another aspect to the card in that sometimes with great power comes great responsibility. And, you know, some people want to be the boss. They want to be the leader. I want to be Prince so-and-so, King so-and-so, pop star this, movie star that, royalty this, highly respected, awesome person that. But they never take full account of the grave responsibilities that sometimes come with these high positions, okay? So let's take this as a very sobering, somber, kind of serious message for you right now, Path. To me it feels like, well, someone's got to do it, and you're one of the few people who's qualified to handle this kind of energy. So it's to me it feels very uncomfortable. And I think you already shared some notes earlier that you're feeling the queasiness. I know I'm feeling a kind of queasiness about what's happening on planet Earth right now. It feels very uncomfortable to me personally. I'm trying to deal with it. Okay, let's have a look. What's the situation itself? So we have the Four of Cups. To me, this is funny. This is not going to be a normal interpretation at all, Path. But what I'm sensing here is a high degree of reluctance. It's almost like, how did I ever get here? How did I ever get to this position where the overwhelming energy is right now? Like, if only this, if only that, if I coulda, woulda, shoulda, my life would have turned out in such and such and such and such a way. Not saying that I regret my life or that I wish I wasn't me, but there's a certain energy with the Four of Cups, which is an indication that it's almost like focusing on the past, focusing on coulda, woulda, shoulda, what could have worked, what should have worked, or how you'd like things to work, but they're not working out. And I think that is kind of the sentimental pressure that is coming indirectly from this external pressure here. It's almost like I wish I wasn't Path Traveler right now. I wish I wasn't under so much pressure. It would be so much nicer if I could have had a simple, sweet kind of life where the love that I deserve came to me more naturally instead of this intense pressure that is with me right now. And so in some ways it's almost like taking the blame. To me, it feels like it's not your fault, Path. It's just how life is. We come here to experience life in so many different forms. And with this kind of pressure, to me it feels it would be very natural for you to wish like I wish it had never happened. I wish I had never, ever come to this place where I had so much awareness, I had so much knowledge, I had so much capability to carry this energy, because the reality is, it might be that TL is right. It isn't always easy and fun to be at the ultimate authority on something, or the place where everyone else goes, or the person who has to do the really heavy lifting here regarding things to do with truth, honesty, integrity, wisdom, knowledge, and information. Okay? Okay. So that I see there's a little bit of regret here. Also another thing, Path, as I always say with this card, energy flows where attention goes. So it's not the end of the world. It's just that with the little Ace of Cups here, it's not directly in your line of focus. But love and the light in the world is out there. We love you, Path. You are loved. You are loving. You are loved, okay? It's just that it's not in your focus of attention right now. So sometimes if you can't see it, you can't feel it, you know? A lot of people are that way. If I can't see it, taste it, touch it, smell it, feel it, hear it, then it doesn't exist. Why is that so? Because all your natural attention is focused over here instead of here. That's normal. Don't worry about it. You're just going through a phase, remember? Okay? So what's the challenges here? Okay, with the Six of Wands, of course, on its own, this is a wonderful card of, success and prevailing against all odds. But it might feel as though the burdens for you are so heavy right now. Like, when am I ever going to have a chance to feel that I can naturally be a winner and enjoy my talents, gifts, resources without having to carry such heavy responsibilities? Number one, for myself, but for other people too. Being a beacon of light for the planet. Path will come to that in a moment when we get to your reading itself. So this is going to be kind of like an extended reading. And so fear of not winning, fear of failure, the fear of everything falling apart and losing, and all your integrity, all your hard work, all your sense of mission and purpose and vitality and meaning in life comes to nothing. That's an awful, awful way to be. It's not the end of the world. Remember, this is fear. F-E-A-R. False evidence appearing real. Okay? It's very easy to be consumed by fear as though fear is the only thing that exists, okay? That's what happens when we get really depressed or really frightened. So if you're feeling any of that, even remotely depressed or frightened or queasy like myself, that's understandable right now. How are we going to deal with this? Okay. So with the Two of Swords here, my feeling is feels like you don't really have any other options except to keep going as the truth bearer, as carrying the weight of the crown. However, what I think the Two of Swords is saying is that, like, secretly, you don't always have to be out there, like out in the front lines of life, being the heroic leader, sort of like like a standard bearer, the truth teller. You can afford to back off a little bit and basically take all the robes off, take off the heavy crown, give yourself a little break now and again. Do not let go of your connection with the great beyond, your connection to information, psychic information, knowledge, wisdom, every source from which you extract information, from which you make decisions about what is true and what is not true. You keep going anyway, but you can do it in a much, what I feel is like a much lighter, giving yourself a break, to having a lighter load, allowing yourself to sense anyway, but perhaps, oh gosh, how can I do, it's like, I don't really know how to describe it. I think I tried to do it already. I don't know how to describe it except to give yourself a break. Take off all the heavy, obvious outer burdens of what it's like to be like a master. This is the energy of mastery, total mastery, command and control of that energy. Let's just say you've already got that, okay? You don't have to prove that anymore. So in other words, you can kind of like, let's say with this regal energy here, and it's very much on show, and you feel that you're very much on show, and it's okay to, like, you know, like after the Queen of England, after she's done a big speech or a big public ceremony or something, she gets to go home and she can take off all her fancy robes and stuff, and she can walk around in slippers and a gown and just enjoy being herself. She's not giving up her role or job or duty. She's just giving herself a break, like stepping back from the front lines, okay? And giving yourself a break. Staying very tuned in, but just giving yourself a break. Your natural intuition to do a lot of the work for you. You can't save the world. You're not going to save the world. The best thing to do right now is save yourself. It's not the end of the world. This too shall pass, okay? Hold on, I just saw some, I have to go back. Okay, so that's your reading here, but now I'm going to flip over to the astrology a little bit. I just saw some things pop up on the chat. Blue things. Nikki has put something in. Nikki 499 says, for Jennifer. The rest, Jennifer, you need this one. Pass it on. Hello. Okay. And then Jennifer put in, oh, okay, cool. All right, so thanks to the kindness and generosity of others and the taking the hints from Jennifer has basically got herself a reading. Okay. You're going to get a reading from Tarot Illumination, Jennifer Rubino. Okay, here we go. I got you. So we'll put this over here. All right? Right now, Jennifer, since you've never done this before, so let's keep going. I'm missing a lot of the chat, by the way. It's going, hello. There's someone else. Hello, Sorrow. Hello, Jackie Sean. Over there in Toronto, right? Did I get that right? Okay, so anyway, right now, Path, you're getting different type of reading tonight because we're going to integrate this with this. So you've got on your notes here, Libra Ascendant, Virgo Moon, Leo North Node. That's a lot of Leo energy, okay, in one place. And you've got Jupiter and Saturn in Capricorn, okay? So, you know, we could set this up as a Libra rising chart, okay? So that would look sort of like this, okay? I know it's bizarre, but what we're doing now is we're putting Libra on the horizon, and the Aries would be over here in the 7th house instead of this, okay? Hello, Sarah. So what is this stuff? We're doing lives, okay? And I'm doing a reference to the current astrology. So Sarah, just so that you know, this is just a tarot illumination, astrodoodle. It's depicting in a very simplified Western astrology kind of sketch about what's happening with the energy in the planets right now. As I am concerned, all these planets here, Mars, Uranus, the Moon, Venus, Mercury, Sun, Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune, they all have gravitational impacts on our life, just like the moon raises the tides up and down, okay? So I account for all of it. And we talked about this earlier in the show. It's a very uncomfortable, very awkward mess of energies right now. There's a lot of pressure on relationships. Who are you? Oh, well, I asked you first. Who are you? What are you all about? I don't know. I asked you first. Duh! You know, and then over here, Mercury is in hard square with all the Capricorn energy. It just came out of 3 weeks of retrograde, and now it's going direct again. So I think what we're seeing, the toughest thing I see here is this aspect to do with what I consider fraud. This, to me, depicts fraud. The energy of fraud is rampant across Earth right now. So lies, illusion, betrayals, deception, individual to individual, bank to bank, country to country, family to all whatever it is, okay? Just fraud, okay? So for you, let's do this in little layers very quickly, okay, Path? Right now we're taking this and making it a personal chart for you with the Libra rising. So it looks like this. So over here, Path, as you know, there's a lot of pressure in the home, foundation parts of your life, trying to find ways to solidify and really lock down what it is that you consider home. How do you define home? What are the weak points? What are the strengths? What's it going to look like in the future? This is a very slow moving energy. You've been dealing with it a long time, and it's going to keep going. The Mercury in Libra is over here putting a lot of stress. You might be feeling like all this energy here, the Two of Swords and the King of Swords over here, putting a lot of stress. It's almost like you're picking up too much information, TMI, and it's putting a lot of pressure on your home life, okay? Over here with the axis of Venus and Aries, highly polarized right now. It's kind of a hostile relationship. Mars is active in Aries, and it's going to be going direct very soon. It's been here for months, and it's going to be here for the rest of the year. So it could indicate that you might be getting a lot of activity, overstimulation, perhaps even some hostility or challenges in the aspects of relationships right now. Venus is sitting here, giving you a bit of comfort, let's just say. So it's not the end of the world. We can relate the Venus over here to the Ace of Cups. It's not the end of the world, okay? But you're dealing with a lot of stressful aspects in terms of relationships, okay? Moon in Leo right now over here. It's sitting right on top of your solar area over here. So this is the transiting energy, and Path has her own energy that's sitting underneath this or on top of it, however you want to look at it. I mean, I'd have to do a whole full-blown reading and draft out your whole chart right here. I'm just looking at this right now and superimposing your notes here. Oh gosh, we got some more readings coming in. Okay, I see you. I see you guys. Something from Jackie and something from Ms. Medley. Hello, Ms. Medley. You've been here before. So, when the moon is in Leo, conjuncting your solar energy over here, okay, Leo North Node, Leo Sun, to me that feels very, very shaky. It might feel as though it's very emotionally, very, very tender. It would be very easy to feel very uncertain, very unsure of yourself right now if you allow the Leo Sun to be your full self, okay? So if you are feeling rattled, to me this looks like you're feeling very uncomfortable, very rattled from having to be under so much pressure in such a way that who else is going to do it, you know? I don't know about you, Path, but myself and Love Triber and other people are really kind of looking to you, and they're depending on you. You've set the standards so big and so high and so impressive that it's very hard to back down from there. And now you might be thinking, oh my God, what have I done? What about me? When am I going to get a chance for my own happiness so that I can feel like I'm doing okay in life? Well, you have to take this very, very gently, okay? This is super stressful. This is very stressful on you right now. The moon, Libra moon area over here. Sorry, the Libra ascendant. So relationships are very important to you. On the other hand, there's a lot of conflict and disruption there. Now I'm going to turn it into a solar chart. Okay, I really like doing solar charts, but it's very hard to find any softwares or computers that do it, so I have to do them myself. So in this solar chart, I'm putting the axis of relationship across here, like so. So this is now the horizon, okay? So with the sun on the horizon over here, I'm calling this a solar chart, your true solar self. The moon is over there. To me, it would give the sense of doubt. Who am I? Like this, like a very sensitive, overly sensitive energy there right now. Over here in the third house of communications, intense pressure. Okay, coming up here, like you're being challenged to do a lot of very active work up here on the global scale. Like the way you tap into a lot of global knowledge, wisdom, and information, and then you translate it down into little nuggets that are digestible for the average human being. You're under a lot of pressure to do that, and you are doing it. And at the same time, you're under a lot of pressure to continue to do that, because it almost feels like it's a bit of a calling for you. But again, it might be a reluctant kind of calling, because you've discovered like there's a tremendous burden that goes with this, at the same time as learning so much over here, and then finding ways to translate that, number one, for yourself. What does that mean for me in my life? And that helps other people as well. So this is very, very useful, very valuable energy. Well, on the solar chart, Scorpio energy rules your fourth house of home and foundations and family. So things might be feeling very intense over there right now, and there's no escape. There's a yod here, okay, a finger of God, basically putting a lot of pressure on you to consider your home life. What is your home? How do you value your home? What is going on in your home? What does your home mean to you? Do you feel safe in your home? What do you need to do in your home right now to feel safer, and so on? There's a lot of pressure over here on your sixth house. Of course, all the Capricorn energies over here. Pressure in the sixth house, so there might be health issues. You might be feeling that there's so much pressure that your health is, let's say, in jeopardy if you're not careful. So it's really, really important that you give yourself a chance to back off and do things perhaps in a much more light kind of manner. There's a lot of pressure here for you to keep doing what you're doing, how you're doing it already, but it's almost too much pressure. And my feeling is here, it's time to back off a little bit. Enjoy some of the sweetness between Scorpio Sun and Neptune and Pisces, okay? Over there in your 8th house of other people's resources. Like, start to lean on your people a little bit. Lean on myself. Lean on Love Tribe, or share your stuff a little bit more. You don't always have to worry about saving the world or anything. You can just kind of just enjoy the friendship, okay? Another thing that's happening, you might not be sensing it right now, Path, but Jupiter and Saturn are, in the next couple of months, they're going to be heading into Aquarius. And that's really going to shake things up over here in terms of relationship dynamics. Okay? Now, you said you also have the Leo North Node. So, again, you might be feeling a lot of pressure. Okay, I'm putting Leo here. So, your Leo North Node is over here. So you might be feeling a lot of pressure to live up to the Leo North Node, which is to be this courageous leader, the benefic leader, the person who is kind and rules through generosity, through example, through, did I say kindness and generosity? Yes, I did say that. Through example, so that it is fun for everybody. So leadership doesn't have to mean oppression. Leadership can be fun. It's like you're under a lot of pressure to be a shining light, a beacon of light, a beacon of truth, honesty, and justice for the world right now. But you got to take it gently. You got to take it very, very, very gently. Otherwise, your fuses blow. There's so much in here that for everybody indicates just fuses blowing everywhere. To me, I'm feeling it in my chest and in my tummy, especially in my tummy. All of this stuff here is making me personally very queasy. So I hope this helps you, Path, that you get a little bit of, let's say, illumination. As you know, I love to blame it on the planets. There's a lot of stressful aspects over here, and here, and here, and where's the other one? This one, and this one. There's 3 yods here, 3 fingers of God. It's freakish, okay? Oh man, anyway, it's a lot of stress, and so what you can do is basically say, I can't take it anymore. I just can't take it. I need a break. I am just going to scheme. I'm going to do everything very lightly. You don't have to spend 16 hours a day doing all of this and being all of that. You can back off. You can afford to back off a little bit and do things in a much more light, gentle, like skimming the surface a little bit. It's not going to hurt you in any way. And then whatever's not working, you can blame it on the planets. Okay? Just blame it on the planets. This too shall change. This is going to change very slowly in the next few months. It's going to be a radical shift. Okay? This is going to change soon. This will change. This is changing tomorrow, tonight. This is going to be with us for a while. That's uncomfortable. This is uncomfortable for a little bit longer. But in general, it's going to soften up a little bit. Okay? I hope that helps you, Path. Okay. Now, let's have a look here. I got to catch up with the chat. Give me a second, people. Path is saying her head is turned into a pinball machine. Yeah. Turning it down a notch right now. Perfect. Yeah, seriously. It's literally... Okay, hold on a second, Path. Give me a chance to catch up with you here. So that was kind of like an extended mini reading, but you deserve it. It would be really appropriate, just like I do sometimes, where I just say, you know what, screw all this. I don't know how to keep the channel going any more than what I'm doing. How am I supposed to keep it going any further? How am I serving people? How am I supposed to improve myself? How can I possibly provide more service to people? I really don't know. I hardly provide any as it is, the way I see it. I only do this show and the Wednesday show. The Wednesday show is like my political, global, financial rants, and the Sunday show is my readings. That's all I can handle right now, and that's all that YouTube will let me do anymore. It's not worth doing anymore because the channel is heavily penalized. It hurts. It really, really hurts. But I keep going anyway. And after the show tonight, I'm going to have a little beverage. I'm just going to forget everything, okay? So you can do that. You can have fun. You're a Leo, Path. It's one of your responsibilities is to have fun, to be happy, to radiate life and light and abundance. And basically say, like, I know things are really shitty right now, but that doesn't stop me from being happy, okay? That's the art of Leo, is overcoming all the CRAPPY stuff to the point where, it's okay, I can handle it. I'm a Path Traveler, I'm a Leo. And secretly inside you might be going, oh my God, this is fucking awful. But it's not going to stop you being Path, okay? Take it lightly. Really, really important to really back off a little bit and just kind of like cruise. You've done so much for so many people already. You need a break, okay? Let's have a look. All right, I got to catch up. Let me catch up with the chat here. Let me see, where am I? Because I missed a few things. Something came in earlier. I got something from Jackie Sean. Hello, Jackie. Yes, you booked a okay. So I'll give you a blind reading. It's just going to come out whatever comes out, all right? Thank you, Jackie. I'm going to make your post-it note. And Ms. Medley. Thank you down here also. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Medley. Scorpio, Virgo, Scorpio Sun, Virgo Moon, Leo Rising. I guess that's how it looks. So actually, because it's Scorpio season, you might be feeling the pressure right now. Okay. There's Melissa Lawrence. Hello. Wait a minute. I got another one just popped in. Whoa. Look at the little cat. Is that a little cat on there? Or is that a gerbil? A little meow. So, Melissa Lawrence. Okay. Capricorn Sun and Aquarius Moon Rising. Wow. Okay. Okay, I got to catch up. I don't think I can take any more readings. I got to make sure I can do these, all right? So give me a second. I got to go back to the stage, and we'll get this stuff sorted out. All right, Path, I hope that made sense. I'm going to leave that here for a moment, but I got to catch up with the Post-it notes. First of all, where is that? Who's that over there? I did something from, okay, Jackie Sean, and then Ms. Medley. Okay, here we go. Jackie Sean. Hi, Jackie. Thanks for popping in. And then another one for Ms. Medley. Over here. Thank you very much. I think that's right. Did I get that properly? Did I get all that? And another one. Oh, yeah, that's it. That's it. Melissa Lawrence. Actually, I think you have been here before. Melissa. Yep, okay. So that's what it's looking like. I don't think I can take any more readings tonight, people. It's just going to be one of those quiet, sort of mellow nights. I'm basically spouting out and taking my own recommendations here. Pretend I just had this reading for myself and I felt this intense pressure of the King of Swords, and I have to listen to my reading and say, you know what, I'm going to take it easy. Oh, it's Jackie's birth. Whoa. Okay. It's a birthday reading. Wow. Okay, that's pretty intense. We're in Scorpio season right now. You can't help it being intense. Okay. What's this about sorrow? Hello, sorrow. Morning, 6 a.m. If it's morning for you... Wait a minute, do you... What? Gregory, no, you're not being... Okay, I got it. So next up is going to be Gregory, because he was here first, actually. Oh, I know what you're saying, Gregory. You know what I might do? Because I don't think I can handle much more tonight, to be honest. I might do a separate video. I did a weird little video early this morning, but I might do another one maybe tomorrow or the day after. Like, you know, sometimes I do these group readings for everybody. It's a completely different spread, a completely different storyline. And I will do what you suggested, actually, to one of your notes. Well, why don't I do a reading for America? Something like that, you know? A reading for myself or a reading for America, you know? So right now we're going to read for Gregory, then Jennifer, then Jackie, then Ms. Medley, and then Melissa. Oops, sorry, I didn't have enough room. I'll do it like this. I'm just going to lay them over here so I can have a bit more room. I'll put Melissa over here. So that's all we're going to do tonight, folks. It's going to be, I got to give myself a break. I got to honor my own words, live by example, as they say. And let's click. I'm just clicking on the chat now to make sure I've caught up. Gregory, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you, Gregory. So let me get over here. If I had the nerve, I would do these shows every day. I would do 5, you know, maybe Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, something like that. Like do 3 shows a week or something. But I've never actually dared to do more than one live video, show per week. All right, let's have a look. Mr. Ross, what's going on? All right, let's see. Path's son's birthday is today. Wow, all these Scorpios. What's going on? Oh, thanks, Path. Okay. Yeah, no more readings tonight. Thanks, okay. I'll take this one away. I'll just put no more readings tonight, people. No more readings tonight. Thank you. Well, no more bookings. Okay, sorry, I just got to put that there. Thanks, everybody who's watching. A lot of Scorpio energy in the house tonight. Jackie John is a Scorpio. Path Traveler's son is a Scorpio. Where I'm talking about Scorpio sun signs, okay? Things have been quite turbulent for a lot of people. It's on a global scale, it's on the personal scale. I don't know how it is, like some people just breeze through like nothing's happening. For me, I've been aware of it. I wrote my little book about the whole of 2020. It's been a cataclysmic year on a global scale. And it's not just my book anymore. It's pretty much everybody on Earth is aware that this is a historical year on a scale never seen before. Melissa's just confided her Venus and Mars is in Scorpio. Okay, let's just put that here for fun. Venus plus Mars in Scorpio. I don't know if I'll be referencing the planets for you, but you never know. Sometimes it's handy. So, Gregory, this is kind of what's going on today. I know it looks ridiculous, but this is a Tarot Illumination Astrodoodle. Some of you have seen these before. The red stuff is the scary stuff, the stressful things. Here, 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 here. The orange things are actually pretty stressful too. Those are the so-called fingers of God. These are a little bit loose. This will change, okay? I've got 3 of them happening right now. One here, one here, one here. Actually, and there's one here too. Oh my God. That's so much pressure. It's so much pressure that you wouldn't even know it's happening. It's too much. I look at it as a global scale. On a global scale, it is very, very apparent that there's a lot of pressure right now. Let's have a look here. I'm going to shuffle it up. Okay. All right, let's see now. I know we've worked quite a bit together before, Gregory, and I'm kind of hoping that we get a bit of a lighthearted thing here this evening. We'll see. I mean, I really don't know. I don't like to predict anything specifically. I don't tell people what to do or how to do it. All I can do is basically like diagnostics or reflections or perspectives, and then I can help people to make their decisions, but I can't make decisions for people. So right now we're going to do a mini reading for Mr. Gregory Ross. We're going to use the same spread. It's a situational spread. It's the Tarot Illumination situational spread, and I try to keep it very neutral, sort of like a diagnostic tool, as that you were going to an auto mechanic saying, hey, listen, I need a checkup. Okay? And that's all we're doing here. That's really all it is. Okay, and then this goes over here. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. And here's how we're going to handle it. And let's have a look at circumstantial energy, environmental influences. Hint, hint. I like to focus on the planets. I call it the weather. Just call it planetary weather, for example. So we got the Three of Cups here. Okay, to me it feels really, really simple. From what I remember in our conversations, you've kind of separated yourself from some of the face-to-face stressful situations right now, and put a lot of mileage between yourself and the areas of conflict. And you know, with the Scorpio energy, if that's your birthday season, who was it? Who else? There was another. Jackie Sean's a Scorpio. So, you know, you might as well take this time to celebrate. The Three of Cups is an indication that let's focus on the Scorpio energy here, okay? With the Scorpio energy here, there's a lot of harmony with Neptune and Pisces. And I'm not showing it very strongly here, but there's a lot of harmony between the Scorpio and the Capricorn energy. This is very, very stabilizing for Scorpios. So even though Scorpios, you might be dealing with, you know, the Uranus and Taurus angle here, let me put that in, because that's actually really stressful. You know, the chart's going to get very messy in just a moment, but to be honest, I think I'm just going to have to do it. So, for example, for all Scorpios, right now, okay, there's another aspect going on here. It's not really a very tight aspect, but it's still a significant aspect by sign. The Scorpio Sun is opposing Uranus and Taurus at very loose degrees. So I'm going to put a faint line in here of red. I don't know if you can see it where you are. So I'm putting this faint line here, this faint line. So there's that. That's very, very stressful for Scorpios. This is potentially very stressful, but it's fleeting, so I don't want to emphasize that. So let me put this one over here. So Gregory, your reading is actually helping Jackie Sean as well. So I'm going to actually add this one, even though it isn't very prominent right now. It's still there in terms of an energy field. It's just not very prominent. So what's going on, Gregory, is that even though this is very stressful for all Scorpios, actually, let me just make it a Scorpio solar chart like this, just for fun, since we got a bunch of Scorpios. Okay, let's do it like this. There's the Scorpio horizon. There's the... Okay, so that's the horizon. So this should be going horizontally across your screen right now. I know the writing's all upside down, but this would be putting the sun on the horizon. I call it a solar chart. And what that does, it puts everything in place relative to the sun. And for a lot of people, for a lot of astrologers, they place the ascendant as very dominant. But I feel that for most people, the sun is one of their most dominant aspects, whether they like it or know it or not. Of course, it's all influenced by other things. But right now, for all the Scorpios, what you can see here is that in the first house of selfhood over here, the Scorpio self, there's a lot of opposition over here in the 7th house of other people. Okay? Your opposition. This is the house of open enemies. This is the house of marriage. Some of you know that marriage can end up being the worst decision you've ever made. If you've got a good marriage, a good marriage can be one of the best decisions you'll ever make in life. Now, with Uranus in Taurus transiting the 7th house for all Scorpios, that indicates a lot of shock, awe, surprise, radical shifts and upheavals where there's a tremendous desire for freedom in the relationship dynamic. Like you might be, for example, very eager to be free from relationships that are not working right now because there's a lot of opposition here. But also you can learn a tremendous amount because Uranus there is really shaking things up in the world of relationships. Okay, so it's very stressful, but you can learn a tremendous amount. Capricorn energy is over here in your 3rd house, so communications are intensely important for you, making sure that you say the right thing to the right person at the right time for the right reason in the right place, the right locations. All of those things are very, very important right now. And again, this is a tremendous opportunity for learning, okay? This is harmonious, harmonious, harmonious. Luckily, you're being supported. So let's go back, because let's go back over here. So my feeling is like, if it's your birthday season, take advantage of all the good stuff that's going on out there right now. Ride the ride. I mean, you've got infinite supplies of stress if you want them. If you want to focus all your energy on the stressful things, fine. You will draw stress into your life. But right now, you deserve a break. It really is time to award yourself a break in a very different way to what we were talking about with Path Traveler, but still, definitely, it's time to give yourself a break, okay? And just enjoy hanging out with people that you like and people who like you, so you enjoy the sweet side of relationships. And let's just say, set aside the stressful aspects, even if it's just for one day, you know? For example, exactly on your birthday. Personally, Gregory, I find my own birthday season quite stressful, so I tend to not celebrate it. I feel it as a culmination of pressure and realization, and I start to see very clearly like so many things about everywhere and everything that I did wrong up to this moment in my life on my solar return. And of course, for a lot of people, they want to celebrate, like, wow, you made it through another year. Congratulations. So I think the energy here is to basically celebrate the good stuff. Enjoy the sweet stuff here while you can. Those stressful things are there anyway. They're going to change. So instead of being overwhelmed by all this stress, okay, focus on the sweet stuff, okay? Give yourself a break. Hang out. Do fun things with your buddies. Very simple. Now let's have a look. What's the situation itself? Excellent. Okay. To me, this feels it is my job, dear Gregory, as your reader here tonight, to let you know that you're doing an incredibly good job in a very challenging, turbulent, emotional conditions. Sort of like Path had the King of Swords, you've got the King of Cups. Like, number one, it is your duty and responsibility to maintain a deep, deep, heart-centered integrity in the face of intense pressure. And not only must you do that, you are doing that. And that's why you're getting the King of Cups here. It's an indication that you're actually doing a really good job of carrying yourself through very, very turbulent times, okay? And it shows here. This to me is very graceful. The reason you're getting this is because you deserve it. You've worked for it. You've come from a position of integrity, moral integrity, heart-centered integrity, love-centered integrity, emotional intuitive integrity, and it's all showing now in your life. Even though at the very same time, all these stress factors are there. They're still there, but you're doing an extremely good job of handling it, and you need to toast yourself. You need to appreciate yourself and basically get yourself a beverage, which I'm probably going to have to do soon. Okay. Now, what's the problem here? Okay. So with the Two of Swords, well, it's interesting. A king and a Two of Swords. So anyway, with the Two of Swords here and his position of challenge, to me it might feel as though you are having doubts about your abilities to divine the situation. You might be doubting your ability to have divine intuition come to you. And from there, let's just say, how am I supposed to make effective, life-affirming, healthy, positive decisions if I can't sense what I need to sense in order to have the information that I need to make the decisions that I have to make in life that affect me personally and affect other people, okay? So, that's understandable. I don't think it's really dire, but it's like a problem. To me, it almost feels like it's a problem that's in your imagination. I don't think it would be there unless there was an element of truth, but because like the Scorpio energy is being really amplified right now, you might feel things very, very sensitively, but in a very intense way, in such a way that what you might otherwise see as a very mild shortcoming, or like every now and again, I don't quite get it. I just don't quite have all the knowledge, information, and wisdom and intuition that I need when I exactly need it. That's not a crime. All I'm suggesting here is that you might have sort of, at this point in life, you might have set such high standards on yourself that anything less than that feels as though you are less than. Now, again, this is in a fearful position. Fear, we're talking about false evidence appearing real. So yes, you might be feeling less than adequate, less than capable about, knowing and intuiting the knowledge and information and facts that you need in your life to be who you are and do what you have to do in relationship to everyone else. But you're still doing an incredibly good job. So yeah, sure, you can punish yourself if you want to a little bit, but it's really just not worth it. You're just at that self-flagellation for the sake of it. And Scorpios are notorious for punishing themselves unnecessarily, because it's almost like they get off on self-mutilation, self-flagration, or whatever it's called, self-inflicted. They like to really... Scorpios can be very, very hard on themselves, okay? It's not necessary, okay? You might have a reason, and sure, what I said here might be a legitimate reason to be hard on yourself if you want to, but it's not really that significant or that important. That's how I'm looking at it. So how are we going to deal with this? You might be, well, let's just see. Well, with the Justice, okay, the way to handle it, the way I see it, the way to handle your situation is to really take it in your stride, okay? To me, looks to me, it's like it's time to understand that you've done a good job, you're doing a good job, and you will continue to do a good job, but right now you need a bit of a break, and everything will work out fine. Everything, my partner says that, everything always works out perfectly, always. Justice is served, justice will be served. Everything will come to be the way it should be. Everything is exactly as it should be, and why is that so? It can't be any other way. Harmony and balance will be restored. But I think this is for me to let you know that that is kind of inevitable, and whatever that looks like in terms of the details, that is still secret. It's not there yet. And so you have to kind of keep living to get to the point where you realize that the way to handle your situation is in a very kind of let's say, karmic, neutral kind of understanding that, well, it's almost like, hell, I have to check in with you personally to do this. Give me a second. Okay? So, Gregory, because we've worked together before, you are a man of the law. You are a lawman, okay? It's like you've put it on yourself to bring justice and truth and, let's say, heartfelt integrity and honesty into typically very challenging situations, like your clients and family and all that kind of stuff. And when I see the justice card there, it's just a reminder. Don't forget, you're already doing a great job. You are the lawman. You are a lawman, and justice will be served in its own good time. Okay? What's that expression? The wheels of justice move very slowly. So just allow for that and take a break. Dial it back just for a while. Deliberately give yourself a timeout. A lot of successful people, not that I can talk from a lot of experience, but from what I've studied and learned from really successful people, the ones who really are successful in a way that's joyful, they give themselves plenty of freedom, plenty of time out, plenty of time to hang out with friends and family and enjoy their life. And instead of spending 70 hours a week focusing on, I got to get this done, I got to get this done. Okay, I hope that makes sense. I'm going to wrap up that reading here. There's a little cat who's scratching and wants to be fed. So I'm going to put on a little music break. It'll take a couple minutes. I'm going to feed the beast, and I'll be right back, and we're going to work with Jennifer Rubino. So stay right there, everybody, and I'll get everything set up here. Jennifer, you're next. I'm going to take care of the little the furry beast right now, and I'll be right back. I'm going to give you something to listen to in the meantime. Okay, so let's have a look. I want to do something. Hold on, give me a second, please. I guess I could do like a tarot illumination song. How about that? Waiting on the Will of Heaven Today. Okay, it's a song called Waiting. Everybody, give yourself a break. Okay, WAITING. Waiting. Here is the tarot illumination song called Waiting. It's going to start up in a moment, and this will give me a few minutes where I can go feed the beast. Okay. BRB. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I gotta tune in to what the angels say. I listen for the good news coming my way. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Walking in circles, feeding all the birds, climbing up a mountain, looking around. Yeah, yeah.
flowers, staring at the moon. I listen to the waves come crashing down, down. Oh, oh, I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I gotta tune in to what the angels say. I listen for the good news coming my way. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Smelling all the flowers, staring at the moon. Listen to the waves come crashing down, down. Walking in circles, feeding all the birds. Climbing up a mountain, looking around. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Gotta tune in to what the angels say. I'm waiting on the good news coming my way. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Do, 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 do. Do 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 ba do ba do 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 ba do 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 do. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. Gotta tune in to what the angels say. I listen for the good news coming my way. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today. I'm waiting on the will of heaven today.
Well, so there we are. I just made it back in time. So, Gregory, this is what I recommend right now. Okay. I'm going to fill it up with a little bit of apple juice here. Wow. I'm going to enjoy my evening here. Even though this is technically work, I love doing this, and I like helping people. Cheers, Gregory. This is for you. Very soothing. Jennifer, you're up. And thank you, everyone, for your patience. Little Bubba is now stuffing his face. And so we're going to have a little piece of quiet for a little while until something else happens. All right, let's have a look. Okay. Oh yeah, hello. I see you guys are very active in the chat right now. I can hardly keep up with it. We got all sorts of folks tonight. Havana McGinn. Hello, Havana McGinn. We're going to read for Jennifer Rubino now. I'm not taking any more readings tonight. Wait a minute, something just happened. Hello, E. Aris. Okay. And hello. Wait, there's another. I missed something. Diana Lynn. Hello. Hello, Diana Lynn. You're down there in sunny Southern California, if I recall. I'm not sure if I remember. I like the little wiggly fun fellow. Thank you very much. Keep it up. If I got time, I'll give you a little micro reading, but basically I am not really doing any more readings tonight. Let's just put Jackie over here, Ms. Medley over here, and Melissa over there. Yeah. All right, so let's have a look here. Let's see what's going on. Clickety-click, just messing around with the technology. Havana McGinn. That's a cool name. Wow. All right. So, Jennifer, did you mention anything about your astrology? I can't remember if you said anything. I'm just kind of curious because we've already started now. I might as well give you a little... Oh, there you did. Okay, right now. All right, let me make a quick note here so I don't forget it. Aries Sun, Aries Moon, Gemini Rising. That's kind of a sweet combo, actually. Aries Sun plus Moon and Gemini Rising, okay? Gemini Ascendant. That's enough. That's enough to get us started. I'm going to give you your own mini micro. Actually, it's just going to be a micro astro reading, okay? I just have to clean up the deck, okay? Just give me a second, Jennifer. I like my decks to be well shuffled. I have shuffled all the decks well in advance. As some of you noticed, I'm only working with 2 decks. I have a lot of decks now, but for work, I just kind of work with 2 or 3. That's about it. Okay? I keep everything very simple. I like the KISS rule. Keep it simple, silly. Okay? So I just use the Rider-Waite deck, and I don't do any reversals, jumpers, flyers. I haven't even bothered with oracles and everything for a long time now. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I see stuff going on in the chat there, but I'm not quite totally sure what it's about. Aries, is that a palm tree? Looks like a picture of a long, tall palm tree. Let's see what shows up here. Actually, you know what might be fun is if I do a little bit of the astrodoodle before we do the reading. How about that? Jennifer's now, and then we're going to do Jackie, Ms. Medley, then Melissa. Diana, I'm going to take yours as a donation just to keep the show going. Thank you. Like putting gas in the tank. And then later this week, probably Monday or maybe Tuesday, I'll check my charts, but I'm going to do a group reading for all of us here, but it's going to be extended to America. And that was Gregory's idea. Yes, sir. Yes, from Palm Springs, where you love to visit. So you're, Aris, you're not in Palm Springs, but you like to visit there. Okay, cool. All right. I have a friend in Palm Springs. He's got 3 Airbnb properties. I've never been there. Well, I've been to Palm Springs a couple times many years ago, but I haven't been over to see my buddy. It's very sad, really. Cheers, everybody. Thank you all for... You know what? Let's do this properly. Let's just do this properly. Cheers, everyone. What have I got to lose? Ka-ching! Oh, that is good. I like to sip it. I don't chug it. I don't do shots. I just like to sip. Okay? What's going on with you guys in the chat? I'm going to ignore the chat for right now. I got to work with Jennifer. Okay? So, Jennifer, let's see what's going on. Let's pull up a Tarot Lumination Astrodoodle over here. So I think I'd prefer, if you don't mind, Jennifer, I'm going to start with the Aries, because you've got Aries Sun and Aries Moon. So that's a lot of Aries pressure. I don't know whether the moon is just before or just after your solar degree, but you're very close to you're very close to being a new moon baby. When you have the sun and the moon in the same sign, it's kind of like being a new moon baby. So sometimes, I don't know how to describe that, but when you're a new moon baby, the energy is very raw. Sometimes you can't tell the difference between your solar self and your lunar self. They are basically one and the same thing. It's sort of like the newborn energy, new moon, newborn energy. So just imagine a newborn baby, okay? I'm not saying you're a newborn baby, okay, Jennifer, but just hear me out, okay? So imagine a newborn baby. It's just a few minutes old or a few hours old. It doesn't know that it's really a human. I know it has a kind of a deep soul conscious somewhere, but in terms of the raw biology, it doesn't really know that it's a human. It's just a blob of energy that's just been delivered to planet Earth. And it has a life to live here. And when it's born, it really doesn't know anything except like, oh, I'm too cold, or I'm too hot, or like I'm sad, or I'm happy, and I can't breathe, or I can breathe. And one minute it's crying, and then the next minute it's laughing, and it doesn't know what or why. It could be they felt ticklish, or maybe they felt chilly, and when they felt chilly they started crying because they were cold. Or maybe a bird was singing and they liked the sound of that and they felt happy, and so they laughed. But they don't know that they're laughing or crying. They don't know that they're happy or sad. They just are who they are. They're very much in the moment. They're very pure. They're very undifferentiated. Like, for example, Jennifer, if every now and again you might have a tendency to like spontaneously be really happy or spontaneously be really sad, but you can't even put a finger on it. I don't know, Aries, I don't know whether you cry a lot or whether you have, let's say you wear your heart on your sleeve. When you've got the moon in Aries and the sun in Aries, with the moon there, it's like you would wear your emotions on your sleeve. In other words, if you're sad, everybody would know. If you're happy, everybody would know. Or if you're very shy about that, you might be one of these people where nobody can read you at all. Nobody knows when you're happy. Nobody knows when you're sad, when your moods and feelings go up and go down. Because the lunar cycles take us emotionally up and down all the time. So, for example, right now, here we are today for you, okay? Let's have a look. So I don't really have to mess with this too much, because for an Aries Sun, Aries Moon person on a solar chart, this is what it looks like. This is what the transits are right now. So if you are, let's say, in some kind of intense dynamic in terms of a relationship with someone or something right now, like a partner or an employer, a child, a mother, a father, a sibling or something right now, where there's a lot of, let's say, emotional pressure, and there have, let's say, been some recent communications, but they're starting to even out a little bit. There's still a lot of pressure here. This is a lot of pressure, okay? Luckily, Venus is moving through your 7th house of solar, your solar 7th house of relationships, the most important relationships, the marriage type relationships, the one-on-one chosen relationships. This is the house of marriage. This is the house of open enemies. So there's nowhere to hide here. This is where you get the maximum reflection from self to other and from other to self. So you could be very valuable to someone else right now in terms of getting authentic reflection back to them. And there might be someone in your life right now who's very valuable to you in giving authentic reflections back to you about you and what your life is happening right now. So over here, for example, Jennifer, you've got this ongoing energy. You might have been dealing with this for years, where you have sensed some very profound like tectonic shifts of change going on in your mission on life on earth, your sense of destiny, your career, your life path. Like, what am I really doing here? Okay? There's a lot of powerful energy sitting up here in Capricorn in your 10th house of highly visible placements on this earth. A lot of transformation. This is the reality check police doing their work. So if you feel as though like you're going through career aspects in your life where things are just crushing or crumbling as new things are giving birth, that would make sense. And if it's happening very, very slowly, that would make sense too. So just allow your sense of destiny to shift over an extended period of time. It's very intense right now. You might be, I don't know if you have any actual Capricorn planets, but this part of your chart is under a lot of pressure right now. The 10th house of destiny and career, your sense of mission, your karmic purpose on this planet. Who am I? What am I doing here? Why am I here? And if you're feeling any kind of frustration about what's not working, that's perfectly appropriate. If you are feeling satisfaction about things that are working, that would be appropriate too. But chances are you're feeling both simultaneously, but perhaps in a very extreme way, okay? I see some notes there about kicking ass. Like, seriously? Yeah, Jennifer. Aries is a do not F with me kind of energy. The beauty about Aries, I have a few Aries friends. The beauty about Aries is that, in general, I know exactly where I stand. There's very little, let's say, ambiguity. There's, unless they've got some very conflicted aspects, you kind of know where you stand with an Aries. Like if an Aries comes up to you and says, you know what, I really like you, it's true. If they say, you know what, you're an asshole, then it's true. Okay? So it makes things very simple. Hanging out with an Aries in some ways is very simple because you know where they stand. They have nothing to hide. They are who they are and they don't feel any need to apologize and they just do what they have to do to be who they are. Anyway, let's keep going. I could go on about this for ages. You know, you've got the moon in Leo right now, but that's moving very quickly. You've got the sun transiting your Scorpio 8th house here, so you might be dealing with issues, financial issues that aren't yours directly, but more to do with people with whom you were invested, like an employer, like retirement funds, like insurance programs, like taxes or something like that, or having to learn a lot about finances that you never knew before. Anyway, let's keep going. That's enough of that astrodoodle. I just wanted to give you a little snapshot, okay? Let's get on with your actual reading, okay? Yeah, that's pretty dynamic. Aries Sun, Aries Moon with a Gemini rising. It's pretty intense. Oh. Yeah, exactly. Neptune in Capricorn. Oh, I know someone with Neptune in Capricorn. That's pretty intense right now. Yeah, so it's for you, it's in the 12th house. Wow. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. You have stellium. Okay, anyway. Belle Eve. Hello, Belle Eve. I just saw your notes there. I'm doing a few readings. I'm not taking any more readings tonight, but you're welcome to hang out. Sometimes when we do a reading for someone, they resonate with someone else out there. It happens frequently. So if you want to hang out, you're welcome. No more readings, though. I'm not taking any more books. I would love to, but I only have a certain amount of energy. I'm sort of toying with the idea of doing another show during the week for live readings. I don't know if there will be any demand for it, but I guess I could try. I might do it in the morning so I can have access to other parts of the world like Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and Europe. because right now on the evening shows here it's mostly for America, or unless you wake up very early in Europe, or afternoon over in New Zealand or something like that. Alright, cards are well shuffled. Let's have a look. Again, this is just going to be the Tarot Illumination situational spread. Nothing fancy here. It's very simple, very direct. No ambiguity. It's just like going to the auto mechanic and getting a quick diagnosis. Let's have a look. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look. The weather. Now the weather, as you know, I like to blame the planets for everything. So when it's good and when it's bad. So I usually refer to the planets when I check this energy here. And we already had a glimpse at it, but now we're going to look at it from the perspective of your reading right now. Okay? So, hey Gabby girl, my filters crushed your notes there, but it's perfectly okay, so I'm going to let it go. Okay, here we go. It says Kill Bill. Something called Kill Bill. Sounds like you're talking about movies. Okay, the Death card. Okay, don't be scared, Jennifer. Don't be scared. So, my feeling is that this Death card is an indication that that was beautiful. With the Death card there, okay, some people are scared of this. Don't be scared of it. It's really about change and transformation. Transformational healing, okay? A lot of people don't like change, okay? Because change often means having to face the unknown or do things that you don't really want to do. And yet change is the essence of life. It's constantly changing and shifting. Transformation. This is the energy of transformational energy healing. So with the Death card here, my feeling is it's my responsibility as a reader here tonight. I know this is very, very messy. I'm just going to try and isolate a couple things here for you. Okay, Jennifer? So with the Death card here, my feeling is that we're talking about the Scorpio, Capricorn energy, okay? Pluto is the planet that rules Scorpio. Scorpio, the sign of Scorpio is ruled by Pluto. So I'm going to focus on this energy here. And interestingly enough, we already focused on it when we were talking about your astrodoodle. So my feeling here is that the Death card wants you to know, whether you like it or know it, or whether you're aware of it or not, you're going through profound, deep soul transformations. At a very, very deep level. In other words, it's time for you to start to realize that you're not just here to hang out or be pretty or make money or have vacations or a cool wardrobe and have a very simplistic three-dimensional life that sort of makes sense. You know, what I'm sensing here is that you are on this planet for a much, let's say, deeper, more significant purpose. The Scorpio energy here, okay, I'm just aligning Pluto and Scorpio, Scorpio and Pluto, Sun in Scorpio and Pluto in Capricorn. There's a lot of pressure up here in your 10th house. So in terms of transformation, Pluto is the sign, it's the planet of profound, deep transformation, okay? It moves very, very slowly. So you might not sense it. So you might have come to this channel specifically to get a message that you are going through profound, radical, irreversible changes in terms of your sense of destiny and career and mission and purpose of who you are and why you are here on this planet. And that it has meaning and purpose for yourself and others. Okay? Yourself and other people. And in such a way that Like in other words, to me, it feels like you are more than you know yourself to be, and you're discovering that you are more than you know yourself to be. And this little tiny reading here tonight is part of that journey. It's very important for you to understand that you are changing, you are evolving. This is the energy of evolution. You have to figure out how to evolve, grow, adapt, change in order to thrive. And today, especially, it means in order to survive. You have to be able to change, evolve, adapt, grow in order to survive so that you don't die, you don't wither, you don't fade away. And that pressure is very strong up here. You might feel it in career. You might feel it in your sense of looking around you in the world like, oh my God, gulp. I didn't realize how serious it was to become a human being, especially in this lifetime, especially in 2020. Exactly who am I? What am I doing here? Why am I here? What is my purpose? What is my mission? That Aries moon energy is powerful, it's strong, and you've got the Gemini rising, which is over here. So it puts your, let's see, let's do the rising, okay? So it puts your Capricorn energy up there, Gemini, Sagittarius, up in your 8th house, okay? Of other people's money. The intense bonding of relationships, you with other people and other people with you. And then figuring out, God, what am I supposed to do with that? It's very, very intense. I don't know if you're involved in finance or anything, or if you're involved in healing or alternative healing or radical transformational energy healing. But in some way, shape, or form or another, you need to be aware that change is your friend. Transformation is your friend. It's learning how to go with the flow, evolving, changing, adapting, and growing constantly. It could be very, very uncomfortable. You know, evolution, change, adaptation, growth can often translate into extreme discomfort. So here, the message is like, please learn how to be comfortable with being very uncomfortable. It's basically learning how to handle the discomfort of evolution, change, growth, and adaptation. And then it becomes an art form. It's no longer a burden. It becomes an art form. Let's have a look. What's the situation itself? Okay, so I got the High Priestess. Okay, so Jennifer, I don't know if you're aware of it, but you might have some kind of calling or mission. I don't know if you're already involved or interested in the healing arts or psychic phenomenon or mediumship or readings or astrology or the esoteric worlds of like hidden secrets about what goes on in the world and how and why it happens. Sort of like what we do here on Terra Illumination, this channel itself. You know, this is my world. This is my world. This is just how it is for me. But it's not this way for everybody. Like, I wish I was really good at finance. I wish I was really good at the stock market and foreign exchange currency trading. And I could be really rich just by watching computers and knowing how to buy and sell. But that's not me. My talent is this and this. And I still don't really know what to do with it except what I'm doing right now. And I'm hoping people benefit. Okay? And so for you, Jennifer, you might be discovering that you have hidden talents to do with esoteric knowledge, secrets from behind the veil. If you're not there already, you might have aspirations. If you feel a calling that if you're not involved in the esoteric arts like we are here, you might be feeling drawn to head into that direction a little bit. And the further you, now this is where it might feel a bit weird, like the deeper you go into that direction, the more mysterious and obscure and incomprehensible things become. Well, that would be a natural phenomenon, given the stuff that we do here on this channel. It can be extremely disorienting when you get involved in the world here that we do, like with the tarot, with the astrology, mysticism, mediumship, psychic readings, remote healing, all those things, okay? It's maybe that you just needed to have this reading, maybe you just needed to hear it, okay? So now what's the problem? Oh dear. by someone else? Okay? Are you feeling that way about yourself? Are you feeling like I'm terrified to be me because it means I have to change and transform so much that I don't know if I can do it? Like with the Three of Swords here, to me it feels as though it's almost like the tragedy of having to I don't want to turn this into a love reading or a relationship reading, okay, Jennifer? Just because it's hearts and everybody associates this with a broken heart, like somebody dumped me, okay? I'd rather look at it from a different perspective, okay? So, okay, I just saw your note there on the screen. For some reason, my eye wandered over there, and I saw it. You're involved in the healing arts, and you study astrology and tarot. So, okay, you're in the right place at the right time for the right reason with the right people. Cool. But what it feels to me like here with the Three of Swords is that you're scared that you might let yourself down, or you might let other people down, because you might not be competent enough, or you might not have the ability to change or grow or transform or to be this person that you're turning into. Like you say, you're already in this, you're involved in the healing arts and so on, but to me it feels like you're going to have to go deeper, farther, in a much richer, more immersive way. And sometimes what happens, okay, I'm just going to get personal here, okay? Okay, so Jennifer, sometimes what can happen is that, let's say you've dedicated yourself to the healing arts, or to healing, or the mysteries of life, and how to bring the mysteries of life into recognition and understanding for people who yearn for this stuff. They want that, and they come to you for that. And let's say you get immersed in that. Sometimes what it can feel like is that because when you dedicate yourself to being an instrument of the healing power of love, okay, what I do is kind of like, I operate sort of like a channel or like an instrument or whatever when I help people. And I use the tarot because it's a very handy little prop, like a tool, but it's more like I function from the perspective of mediumship. Nikki understands these things. I don't know. Yeah, Nikki's right here too. So Nikki can explain that better than I can. And so what can sometimes happen with people who get involved in the healing arts in the way that you are, Jennifer, is that it almost feels as though your life gets stolen from you, because you, in some ways, like you're here for others to do what you do effectively. It's constantly being there to serve, and sometimes with very little or no reward at all. And you start to feel like, well, what's the point? Like, why am I here? What's the point in like being a professional healer if I'm not really rewarded effectively? Or what about me? What happens if I need healing? Where can I go if I need some remote healing, or a massage, or somebody's shoulder to cry on, or somebody to help me with my finances, or my health, or my relationship problems? Because you're the one who's supposed to know, because you're in the tarot, the astrology, and the alternative healing stuff. But what about me? So my feeling is that, like with the Three of Swords there might be this hidden feeling that you don't want to admit to yourself, that it's like being scared that you might lose yourself in being an instrument, being in service to others. Well, I'm going to share something personal with you. The deeper and deeper I've gone into the world where I inhabit, and the more I am who I am and I do what I do, the less sense of ownership I feel like I have over my life in terms of like a man or a person, in terms of like career or destiny. What have I got to show in my life for being me? And sometimes I feel like I am my own worst enemy. I feel like I have betrayed myself. I have seriously damaged myself. Like, why didn't I just go do something useful and practical, like a lot of people do, so I can have a career and a proper career and proper money and do all that stuff? So sometimes I get very hard on myself. I feel like I have really, really damaged myself. And I've betrayed myself, and I've allowed myself to be betrayed and hurt by others. And I'm scared that I will continue to be betrayed and hurt by others. Okay? Simply because I'm putting myself into an energy, into an environment where a lot of healing is required. Some of the people that I've worked with, they can't get healing from anywhere else. For whatever it is, some horrible disease or whatever, and they end up here, and we do some kind of reading together, and it seems to help them. And, fine, how do you define all that? Remote energy healing is very hard to define sometimes. It's much easier to be like certified and qualified, like as a chiropractor or a massage therapist or an oncologist or a gynecologist or a dentist or something. What I do here is very amorphous, and it sounds like you might be dealing with something similar, and it's understandable. Okay, let me go back now. So if you're feeling a little bit sniffy, Jennifer, in that, like, okay, so you can be pretty forceful, and you are involved in the healing arts, and you're going deeper and deeper into it, all that. And the deeper you go, the more you realize the less that you know. And so you realize you have to continue to go deeper. And then the sense of self, the sense of ego, the sense of me, in other words, the Aries energy, me, you, Jennifer, might feel as though it's disappearing. Like, well, who am I? Like maybe I wish I'd never actually gone on this path, because your sense of identity, to me, it feels would be very tied up into being a healer, being the reader, being the astrologer, and so on. And yet, if it isn't fulfilled or acknowledged in a way that's obvious or well-deserved, then that can be very frustrating. And like if things go bad for a while, for a week or a month or two, then it can feel very, very painful. Like why did I ever bother? Why was I born? I mean, what's the point of me even trying? Let's have a look. How do we deal with this? The Knight of Wands. Okay, to me this feels very simple. Well, it's not simple. Actually, it is simple, but it's not easy. Have you heard that expression, Jennifer? Simple does not mean easy. Two very different words. So the way to handle your situation, Jennifer, is or your life, or however this relates to you. If you can feel that this relates to you or resonates with you in some way that's very specific, you don't have to share it on the screen, okay? You can just say, okay, I kind of know what you're talking about, Teal. And yes, it is very, very painful. And the things that I've touched upon perhaps are things that you would not share with anybody. But it's coming out here tonight in the reading. So how are you going to deal with that when you feel that there's nowhere to go, there's nowhere to turn to, where you're going to have to be, you're alone? And sometimes this is what happens when you're an energy healer, and you're in the healing arts, you're doing what we do here. You can feel like a freak. You can feel like you're very isolated and out there, because in a percentage-wise, a lot of people on the planet think this stuff is just hocus pocus. So with the Knight of Wands, my feeling is that there's nowhere else to turn except back to yourself. This is a very strong Aries type of energy where you realize I've got nowhere else to go but me. I am me. No one else can be me. All my feelings, my thoughts, my energies, they're mine. And so the only solution is to be me. I have to continuously give birth to myself every day. Like the new moon energy, new moon in Aries, being a new moon baby, constantly having to give birth to yourself and become the hero. The Knight of Wands is a very heroic energy. So it's like, every day or every week or every month or every time or any time that you have a really bad day or a really bad week, really bad month. The way to handle it is you're going to have to save yourself. No one else is going to come to save you. You are your own savior. And in becoming your own savior, that's how you learn and evolve and grow and adapt and change to become better and better at who you are at being Jennifer Rubino. There's nowhere else to go. No one else can live your life for you. You can't outsource this to anybody. You have to be your own hero. You are your own hero. You're going to be your own hero. Most specifically, I think the simplest way to say it is, you are your own hero. You just needed to hear this from Tarot Illumination. You, Jennifer Rubino, you are your own hero. I hope that makes sense. You have to be your own hero. You're going to be your own hero. Okay? So there you go. That's your reading. I'm going to check this out over here. Oh, little Bubba. Little Bubba's here again. I just fed him dinner. Now he's coming back. Do you mind if I'm just going to... He wants to say hello to everybody. So stay there. Don't go away. How was dinner? Was that good? Did you like that? Come on in. We're doing a Sunday night show. Yeah, we're doing the show. You've been on this show before. Look at your tummy. It's all full. Your tummy is full. We're doing the show right now. Here's Bubba. I don't know if he's very comfortable right now. I think he wants to get down, but here he is. This is Bubba. He's there he is. That's Bubba. All right. So, I like to acknowledge Bubba. We're very close. We've become really good buddies, okay? He can be quite insistent, quite demanding, quite picky. Yeah, that's little Bubba. There's two other furry animals here. There's little Bonnie and there's Boo Boo. So it's Bonnie, Boo Boo, and Bubba. They're all wonderful, each in their own unique way. There we go. So Bubba is now hanging out in the studio. I'm not going to tell him to go away. So he'll just make himself comfortable and we'll go from there. All right, here we go. Jennifer, I hope that made sense. Thank you very much tonight for coming here. I'm glad you had the guts to jump in and do this with us. It takes a lot of courage. Let's clear this up, and now we're going to move on to Jackie. It's Jackie's birthday. Jackie Sean over there in Toronto. I bet it's really chilly there right now. Is it? Yeah, that was Bubba. Yeah, he's a nice cat. He's a really nice little cat. He's got a lot of character. He's very inquisitive. He's very expressive. He can be quite demanding. He can be quite shy. He can get frightened very easily. He can become very bold and courageous very easily. Each one of them is quite different. Bonnie and Boo Boo have never been interested in the camera and the lights. They just don't care. They're just not interested. $23. That's cozy. That sounds nice. I'm sorry, Jennifer, but Jackie, but the camera does not do justice to little Bubba. Bubba is stunningly handsome, and he doesn't know it. He's just one of those naturals, and he just lives with it, you know. Sort of like he's got movie star looks. Right now he's wandering around the studio trying to figure out everything. What is it? Where is it? What's it all doing? What does it mean? What's in it for me? Oh my gosh, he's going at the mirror. I'm going to do it again. Okay, there. Alright, so I just adjusted some doors there because he likes to go in and out of these tunnels. He makes these tunnels. All right, Jackie, let's see what's going on. All right, Jackie, so Jackie, birthday, Scorpio. Scorpio energy. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. He loves to be where the action is. He just likes to be. He's very gregarious. He just likes to be around. Of course, he likes his private time too. He has his little naps in his little bed and everything. But he has a clock. You know, he likes his breakfast. He likes the little treats, and he likes his dinner. And he hangs out with the other cats too. But he's, I guess, much more interested in being with human beings than the other cats. He's a cat, of course. You could probably hear him. He wants me to stop the show and work with him now and hang out with him. But we're not going to do that. We're just going to keep going, and he will go off and amuse himself. He's trying to dig inside the bottom of a cupboard right now. All right, Jackie, before I actually pull your cards, I'm going to do the same thing again I did earlier. 1111. That's close enough. What's today? The 8th, 9, 10, 11. So I guess 1111 is your actual birthday. Is that what you're saying? So over here, let's make this a Scorpio solar chart. How about that? All right? You ready? You ready, Jackie? This is it. This is what it looks like. I think we did this earlier for some other Scorpios. All right, 1111. I don't have all the computer softwares in a very accessible form right now. Otherwise, I could do a slightly more accurate interpretation. But right now, this is how things are looking. So, let's see. Okay, I'll put it over here. So, on a solar chart, 1111, we're getting very close to the, well, I guess it's the full moon. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. The new moon. So the moon is over here in Leo tonight right now. And in a few days, it's going to be the new moon. The new moon, I think it's on the 13th. So the moon will be over here roughly for your birthday. Probably it looks like it's going to be Virgo or Libra, or maybe the very early stages of Scorpio. I'm not sure. But for the Scorpios right now, as you can see, where there's a lot of pressure here again in the 3rd house. I'm doing a solar chart, okay, Jackie? This is not a natal chart. I like solar charts because they're really strong and they're simple and they can be quite revealing, especially if you spent your whole life dealing with natal charts. So over here, this is the Sun in Scorpio, 1st house over here. Taurus energy over here in the 7th house. So you might be experiencing all sorts of profound shifts, radical surprises, shocks, upheavals, very unpredictable events happening in relationships in your life, in your world. Now, what that looks like, a relationship with what? Like a realtor, a child, a sibling, a job, an employer, a spouse, a lover, something like that. But this is a very profound, this is profound one-on-one dynamics here, okay? There's quite a bit of stress here. So you might be feeling pressure in one or two aspects of one or two relationships, somewhere in your life, okay? Over here, we talked about this earlier. This is the foundation of your chart right here. 1st house, 2nd house, 3rd house. The Imam Koli over here, the MC over here, the Maximum Koli, which means the center of the sky and the bottom of the sky, okay? So there's a lot of pressure. This is the 4th house. This is the 3rd house. The 3rd house is very much about communications, day-to-day activity. And what you might be feeling is that over here, where is it? Cancerian energy. Well, you're probably not going to feel it right now, but for the last year and a half, with all the eclipses around Cancer and Capricorn, you might have been feeling that there was a lot out there that you had to learn about life in the world and everything. But what does it translate down to in your actual day-to-day life? The actual mechanics of your day-to-day life, the comings and goings, getting up, doing jobs, going to work, doing things, going to places, being with people in a very, very, in your immediate environment, your world, your local environment, right there in town, for example. And it's changing, okay? Hold on, I'm just going to put this right here. Venus will still be in Libra for your birthday. Mercury is going to be on the cusp into Scorpio. This is still going to be here. This is still going to be here. So you might be feeling, let's say, certain sense, like wherever you find Neptune, it's great in some ways because it kind of idealizes everything, but at the same time, it can represent the energy of disillusion, loss, disappointment, betrayal, lies, deception, where you're not really sure what's going on. And that's happening over here in your 5th house of, let's say, business, creative self-expression, private enterprise, romantic relationships, risk-taking, setting up businesses, self-employed kind of energy over here. Like, as soon as you start it, things kind of shift and change. Like, well, wait a minute. I just did this, but then it turned into that. Well, wait a minute. What just happened? And it gets very, very hard to handle that energy. It's very easy to get disappointed or depressed with this kind of aspect happening. Okay, so just be prepared for it. It doesn't mean you're a victim. You just have to be very, very careful so that you don't set yourself up for losses. The Taurus energy is still going to be there for the next year, okay? And for the next, let's see, at least 3 or 4 years, okay? So, Jackie, you might be feeling that you've just figured out love and romance and relationships, dating, romance, passion, and then formal relationships, only to discover that the moment you figured it out, everything changes again. Wait a minute, what happened? So it's kind of precarious. The energy of relationships, love and romance, and I would say just, I don't know, I guess you could say dating here. It's very nebulous, unpredictable, leaving you perhaps very frustrated if you're not careful. So in other words, I wouldn't place a lot of expectations or pressure or idealization in terms of having a perfect relationship with somebody for any particular reason. The best thing you could do is literally go with the flow and just let it go where it goes. The moment you try to lock anything down with specific relationships, with specific people, the more likely it is to become unstable and turn into something that you didn't even know that existed. I'm going to leave it at that for now. There's a little bit of pressure over here with the Libra energy, okay? But that's fairly quick moving. I'm not going to dwell on that too much. Oof. All right, let's see what happens here. So keep in mind that the notes that we just talked about with your astrodoodles. I just want to double check on the shuffling to make sure that we're good. Okay. Hello, Maxine. I just saw your name up there on the chat. It's over there on the monitors here. Welcome. I'm not taking any more readings tonight, but you're more than welcome to hang out. Sometimes it happens where we're doing a reading for somebody. We've already had other readings tonight. Sometimes it happens where a reading for so-and-so or so-and-so seems relevant to yourself. It just happens now and again. So that's why I'm kind of inviting you to hang out. I'm not doing any more readings tonight, but we'll be here again next Sunday. And then if you want to get involved, you can put some money in the slot. You can do the Super Chat, or you can do PayPal Direct, or you can go to terraillumination.com and donate. Either way, it gets here, and then you get your reading. Your name goes on a magic post-it note, and you get in line, and you get your reading. Okay? All right, Jackie, let's see what's going on. Jackie, remember, this is a very simple situational spread. We're just doing diagnostics here. It's very effective at just kind of getting to the point of the matter. Whatever you need to know will come to you. Okay? It's basically, another way to look at it is, what are the messages we have here tonight for Jackie through the cards, through the Tarot Illumination and so on? I mean, you might have issues and questions about this and this and that and that and that, but it's like, you know, when you get your car checked or something from a mechanic, you might think it's something wrong with the alternator. And then they do the diagnostics and they say, well, actually, it's your power steering. Whoa. Who knew? All right, cards are shuffled. Let's do this. Shuffled and cut. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And again, let's have a look at the weather. So, again, this is going to refer to what we were just looking at with the charts, okay? So we've got the Seven of Cups. Okay, so my feeling is that right now, the Seven of Cups is very much to do with the Neptunian energy over here. Let's have a look. I'm going to go over to the Scorpio energy, solar, like this. And we go over to the Neptune energy over here. So, remember what we were talking about over here on this section of your life in your world right now. This is the 5th house on your solar chart. Okay? 5th house would be creative self-expression, risk-taking, private enterprise, performance, having fun, doing exciting fun things like acting, writing, music, something that is fun for you and fun for other people. Okay, like for example in your business, you know, things like that. So what I'm sensing here is that the Neptune energy is being reflected over here in the Seven of Cups. This is the energy of dreams, the energy of divine inspiration. It can also be the energy of illusions and delusions and disappointment, and also the energy of the artist. So what I'm sensing, let's take a positive thing, okay? So I'm just seeing in notes like there's something about a love life. A Cancerian, you're in love with his birthday is June 25th, but he's disappeared. Like, okay. Okay, it's 3:30 a.m. over with Maxine. Okay, take care. Come and visit us on Wednesday. It's at a much more suitable time for you. So, okay, Jackie, with the Seven of Cups here, to me, it's an indication that it's going to be very difficult to know what's going on with that 5th house energy, which could include romance, love, passion, being in love with somebody and someone being in love with you. Like, it's almost like the Neptunian energy. The more you try and figure out what it is and grasp hold of it and put some kind of definition to it, the more it turns into something different. I thought it was this. Wait a minute. I'm sure it was that. No, it wasn't. No, somebody told me. I felt it was the. Another thing about this card with the Seven of Cups is that it's very much to do with, I think of like divine inspiration, like the Einstein card or like the artist card. So, Jackie, if there's something going on with your love life, and that's a prominent issue for you right now, then this to me is very much related to the Piscean energy, Neptune in Pisces in your solar fifth house, Pisces, of love and romance, okay? Not the seventh house of marriage and profound partnerships. I'm talking much more about the romance and the passion. And to me, this is an indication that it would be very hard to understand that or lock it down or find any kind of, in other words, as soon as you figured it out, you realize, wait a minute, I thought we were doing this, I thought this, I thought that. So, to me, in some ways, you're highly vulnerable. If you're not aware of it, you're highly vulnerable to the shadow side of Neptune energy. Give me a second here. Stay there. Oh, I just had to make sure the door was shut. That's okay. I got the studio. I need some privacy. That's all. So, Jackie, I want to put out, like with Neptune energy, you know how they talk about Pisces, the two energies happening simultaneously. It's as beautiful as it is scary. Okay? Scary, beautiful. So Nikki's focusing on things. So in case anybody's not aware, Nikki is a medium. Okay? She does mediumship. And it's very natural for Nikki to come here and visit us and provide perspectives for the people who are getting readings or other people who are here. So, Jackie, it might be an idea. Just take note of whatever Nikki is talking about on the chat there. So, we haven't even gone into the reading yet, but this energy is very prominent. The Neptunian energy is very prominent for you right now. So the way to take advantage of this is to tap into your imagination, your dreams, your, let's say, ability to create something out of nothing. You know how artists work, creative artists. They sit there, they daydream, and all of a sudden they come out with a pop song or a painting or a creative idea for a business. They kind of like, oh, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And where did it come from? It came from heaven. It came from divine inspiration. So that energy is there and it's available to you. It's just that sometimes it's very hard to, let's say, bring it down and turn it into a three-dimensional reality. All artists have to deal with that. Some artists are very, very good at tapping into the divine energy and turning it into a three-dimensional art form. Those are what you would call successful artists. And it is possible to do that. In some ways, the life of an artist can be very, let's say, challenging or frightening or disappointing or very unstable. I've been basically an artist my whole life. My real talents are art and music and writing, intuition, the esoteric arts and things. But in terms of turning that into a physical, tangible, stable kind of career that you could call a life, that's a whole other story. It's very, very difficult sometimes to take this kind of energy and turn it into something tangible. I do have tangible works of art that I'm very proud of, but they never actually turned into anything really exceptionally valuable. So I have a lot of disappointment. The Piscean energy, the Neptune energy, shadow side, can be very tragic, sad, and disappointing. I'm not saying that that's how it is for you, but you have to be very careful. Okay, that's all. Be very, very careful in love, romance, relationships, passion, creative self-expression, and risk-taking. Okay, just be very, very careful. Okay. Hello, Ivona. You know you're right. Thank you, Jackie. Let's take care of that right now. Anybody watching? No, I don't think so. It's basically apple juice with a bit of a zing. All right, so Jackie, what's the situation itself? Oh, okay, so we might be talking about a relationship dynamic. I've seen some of your notes here flashing by on the screen. Jackie, if you've been talking with Nikki about some kind of relationship or romance or something, and there's a certain degree of pain, I think this would relate very closely to the Neptune energy that we've just talked about. I'm talking specifically about this. When we put Neptune, see, this is one of the reasons I like using solar charts instead. I prefer them actually instead of natal charts. But not everybody digs it. I happen to like it. So what we're talking about, I think it's happening, is that this energy here, do you see this, Jackie? Neptune in Pisces. This has been here for years, and it's going to be here for a few more years, okay? Wherever Neptune lies in the chart, it's very, very hard to diagnose what's going on. But it's very easy for disappointment, betrayal, loss, deception, lies, failures of all kind. Because it's so hard to capture the energy of Neptune in the positive way, which would be like, for example, a beautiful, idealistic love relationship, or a beautiful, divinely inspired work of art that just somehow magically appears and it's just perfect and everybody understands it like a fairy tale. Okay? So that's what we're focusing on here. And since this is in the 5th house of love and romance, as well as creativity, creative self-expression, and business and so on, this, I think, is what is happening. I think the 3 of Swords relates very specifically to, if you're talking about this person, if there's been disappointment, betrayal, heartache, loss, remember, it's you and it's your life. This is not a couples reading, okay, Jackie? This is just all about you. It's a diagnostics. I'm just using the situational spread. It's just this, what's the situation? What's going on here? It looks to me like loss and disappointment in a particular romantic situation. And like any loss or disappointment, especially in love, it can be painful. It can feel like you've been betrayed. You are hurting, okay? Maybe there's a third party involved. Maybe there is resolution, but right now, to me it looks like the best and healthiest thing is to look this in the face and accept exactly what's going on. I saw something about, oh, he disappeared. If that translates into pain for you, then just accept that that's how it is. But to me it feels like there's almost no point in trying to figure out how or why and how can it be fixed. It would be a waste of time. So the only thing you can do is to accept and deal with the pain and discomfort of loss or betrayal or lies or deception or delusions that have come into play. What's the problem here? How are we going to deal with it? Well, we're not. This is the problem. Oh, to me this looks really sad. I'm sorry, Jackie, but this makes me feel really sad. To me it feels like you did have the promise of love. You did experience, at least momentarily, the potential for loving and being loved in a very pure, idealized way, where, at least for a moment, a fragment in time, you felt what it was like to be loved in the most idealistic way possible. And to be loving, to share your love with someone and for someone to share their love with you. And yet, in this position, in the spread, to me this is tragic because it's like the opportunity's gone. The loss is gone. Like, wow. You know, like, have you heard that expression? Once bitten, twice shy? Like if somebody gets burned in love, somebody gets really badly hurt, or it doesn't even have to be really shocking, vicious, nasty hurt. It can be very kind of a slow, tragic, sad disappointment. Either way, it hurts. And where people get hurt, they often close up tight to protect themselves in the future. So with the Ace of Cups here, this is a card of sacred opportunity. You might be frightened that because of your experience of loss and pain and suffering over here, it's like the fear that it will never happen again. You'll never ever have the chance to love and be loved again. Like, that's gone. The opportunity is gone forever. There's so much pain, so much damage that there's no point in even trying. I'm going to share something with you, Jackie. This is not personal, but it's something to do with a dear friend of mine. Some of you know that I lost my dear friend Brian. He was only, 38 years old. He was 38 years old. And he passed away in a very tragic way about just over 2 years ago. It was disgusting, awful, unnecessary, undeserved, but it happened, and he's gone. He was married. This married couple, they were some of my best friends. They treated me like family. They loved me. They carried me. I loved them and they loved me. They loved each other. She loved him. He loved her. Sure, they had their moments of, whatever, but it all came from love. And he is gone now. So it's just my friend. I just checked in with my friend recently. She's doing really well now in her career, but it's built on this tragedy. It's like there's nothing for me anymore except my career. She's never ever going to allow herself to love or be loved again in this lifetime. She's already kind of made the decision. That door is shut. I'm never ever, that's it. I'm not going to try and replace my husband. I'm not going to try to replace the love that I've lost. It's gone. And so she lives in this state of permanent tragedy in here. Okay? Now, that's her story. That doesn't have to be your story, Jackie. You might be frightened if you've experienced a lot of pain here. It would be very natural when you've opened your heart, shared your love, and then something backfires. It would be very natural to close this up so tight, basically saying, I don't want to ever be hurt again. I don't want to ever be betrayed. I don't want to ever fall in love and feel what love really is, and only to have it ripped away or disappeared or dissolved or lost. And so you shut that part down. All I'm suggesting here is that with the Ace of Cups in that position, okay, over here, Jackie, with the Ace of Cups here, you might be living with this deep fear that you will never love or be loved again. Because you've had the experience, and then when it's broken or lost or betrayed, it can make people, or you specifically, very scared to open your heart to that opportunity again. This is a card of sacred opportunity. So how are we going to deal with that? So with the Knight of Wands here, gosh, we had this in another reading. Completely different reading, different storyline, a different situation. But with the Knight of Wands here, it's like, this is going to sound awful, but it feels to me like no one's going to save you, Jackie. You have to save yourself. So you may have to make these really, really tough decisions. You have to be very brave and very, very bold. And kind of give yourself permission. You know what? I am not destroyed. It's not the end of me. It's not the end of the world. I will live on. I am Jackie Sean. Seriously, people. I am Jackie Sean. This is not the end of me. Now, does this mean, am I going to go charging around chasing after what you've just lost or what might not ever be? I don't see it that way. Are you sitting here waiting for someone to save you, waiting for this wonderful character to come in and come back to your life and bring beauty and love and wonder back to where it was lost? Personally, I wouldn't bank on it. What I'm suggesting here is that you be your own savior. You heal your own wounds. You allow for the fact that you've been hurt. You have loved, you know, like, what's that expression? Loved and lost. At least you loved, okay? So maybe there will be some kind of rescue mission going on here. Maybe there will be some kind of recovery, and you will be reconstituted in love in some way. Personally, what I'm suggesting is take care of yourself. Mind your own business. Be your own hero. Just focus on doing what works to make you happy right now in the face of potential loss or actual loss. And literally save yourself. Okay? Rather than projecting or hoping like, oh, maybe they're going to save me, or maybe someone else is going to come in and fix the situation, or, you know, what's that called? A rebound love, or a rejection love, or whatever it's called. I can't remember. And instead, to me it looks like it requires a lot of humility, a lot of courage. It's basically, I don't know if I can act it out, but it's something like this. It's almost like, you know what? Pretend I'm Jackie Sean, right? It's just like, you know what? Ugh, this sucks. I allowed myself to love. I was loving, I was loved. I experienced love. I had that. I shared that. I received that. And now it's kind of like fading. What am I going to do? So rather than like looking out there for solutions, which is the obvious thing to do, like, is he going to come back to me? When's he going to come back to me? If he doesn't come back to me, when is someone else going to come back into my life so I can be loving and I can be loved? From what this reading is telling me, it's just like, no, that doesn't matter. What really counts is just like, love thyself. Become my own hero. Like, it doesn't matter what they did to me. It doesn't matter that I loved and I lost. It doesn't matter. At least I loved. At least I was loving. I was loving and I was loved. And then it maybe just disappeared. It's not the end of the world. You're still Jackie Sean. You will live again. The Ace of Cups there, it's fear. Again, you know, false evidence appearing real. It might feel right now, for example, that it's lost and gone forever. You will never love or be loved again. I don't see that as true unless you make it true. And to make sure that it is not true, so the way you give yourself permission to love and be loved again is to become your own hero. Basically say, I suck up the pain. I accept the pain. I accept the losses. It's not the end of me. Okay? Like the story I just shared with you about my friend who lost her husband. That was a tragic ending. I don't try to pretend to tell my friend, don't worry, oh, you'll find someone new. I don't do that. I allow and accept that she is already beyond repair. She is FUBAR. Okay? Effed up beyond repair. FUBAR. Now with you, Jackie, you are not FUBAR. Okay? It's only the fear that you are FUBAR. So I feel it's my job as your reader. You put good money in the slot. So I feel my job is to let you know that you are not FUBAR. You might be frightened that you are FUBAR. You'll never love or be loved again to the level that you feel you deserve or that you've experienced. But that's not true. That's only fear. And so you have to reconstitute yourself, become your own hero, and move on with life, whatever that means. Maybe they come back to you, maybe they don't. It doesn't matter. What counts is that you reconstitute yourself and become you. You become strong again. You go back to the core essence. I am loving, I am loved. I am loving, I am loved. You start with the invocation. You ask for the healing power of love to fill your body, mind, heart, and soul from up above so that you own it from in here. And you're not dependent from out there. I guess that's what I'm really trying to say. All right, let's keep going, people. Thank you, Jackie. I hope that made sense. I hope that gave you a sense of courage. It's not over. The show is not over, Jackie. It might be over with that person, but it's not over for you. Not by a long way. Time to shuffle up. Ms. Medley, are you here? I hope you're still here. Hello, Belle Eve. Good evening, Belle Eve. Hello, Queen of Water down there in Australia. Hey, Queen of Water. Karen Clark was here earlier. She's from over in New Zealand. I think she had to go, but I think she was here earlier. Belle Eve, good evening. Welcome. Thanks for hanging out with us. Ms. Medley. You know what? We've worked together before. I'm pretty certain we've worked together before. Hey, Belle Eve, where are you? I'm just kind of curious. I always get curious about these things. Where are you? Or somewhere in here. Just curious. Oh, we have a few people from over here. We had Karen Clark from over here in New Zealand. Queen of Waters over here in Australia. The other day we had Lena from Argentina. And there was someone here earlier from over here in Europe somewhere. That's all I can remember right now. Oh, Karen's back. Hello. Hi, Karen. Hello, New Zealand. Palau. Palau, isn't that an island? Palau. Pacific Island. I knew that. It's somewhere out here, isn't it? I don't know if I can see it on this map. This map is way too tiny. There it is. I see it. I see it. There's Palau. Look, it's right there. Do you see it? Whoa! Oh, that's freaking awesome. Right there. Wow, that is so cool. Hello, Belle Eve. I mean, it's so tiny on this map you can't really see it, but it is there. It is written. I can see it in tiny print right there. Palau, okay? Wow. Thank you. That's amazing. So Terra Illumination goes all the way up to Palau, Pacific Islands. Wow. I'm really, really proud of that. I am so freaking proud of that. Oh. 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 All right, we're going to keep going. All right, Ms. Medley, we're going to just, I don't see any notes here, so we're just going to do a total blind reading. I hope you're okay with that. Unless you've got a very, very specific note, like what kind of messages do you have for me tonight, Terra Illumination, regarding the subject of ... Maybe give me a word or so. Otherwise, I'm happy to go do a blind reading, completely blind, okay? Thank you, Nikki. You're being very, very supportive tonight. Thank you so much. Business. Okay, we're going to focus on business. So business, we're looking at, like on a solar chart, that would be 10th house energy, okay? It just so happens on the global chart for the whole planet Earth right now, there's a tremendous amount of energy up here in the solar 10th house for planet Earth. Saturn, Pluto, and Jupiter are in an intensely powerful alignment right now, putting a tremendous amount of pressure on planet Earth. Deep reality check police doing their business. So what's happening on planet Earth, in case you hadn't noticed, there's tremendous convulsions happening. Politically, financially, all of that is happening right now. The Earth is being completely reset. Global restructuring. I wrote a book about it. Ms. Medley's Leo rising. Okay, well, have a look. Let's do this, okay? Hello, sorry. Yeah, we're still here. I've still got we're reading Ms. Medley right now, and we have one more reading tonight for Melissa Lawrence. Okay? Okay, let's have a look. Ms. Medley is Leo rising. Okay. So, Leo rising on a natal chart. I'm just going to make this a natal chart. Leo rising for Ms. Medley. 7th house is Aquarius energy. Let's ignore that for now. 6th house in terms of work. Okay? The 6th house is more to do with like day job, getting done, doing what has to be done to get through the day, the chores of the day, and so on. The 10th house over here is more to do with destiny and career, okay? But this is emphasized right now, so hold on, let me make sure I get this right. So this blue pen is the horizon, okay? So for you, Ms. Medley, what we're looking at here, there's a tremendous amount of pressure here on your 6th house of, let's say, chores, activities, day-to-day activities of doing what has to be done to get through the day. So a lot of times, you know, that's the 6th house. It's ruled by Mercury and the sign of Virgo. There's sometimes often associated of not a lot of gratitude here. It's just doing the grunt work that has to be done just to get through life, rather than anything really heroic or majestic or that gets highly recognized. Also, the 6th house is very much to do with health, okay? Health and healing. So the Capricorn energy here, let's say to something to do with work. So Ms. Medley, you might be feeling as though you've been under a lot of pressure in the workplace and business right now. Like, what is it's almost like as soon as you try to lock something down and get your day job, your work, your day-to-day activities sorted out, more and more pressure comes on this part of your life to figure out anything and everything that's not working and try to figure out what are we going to do to make it work. The Pluto energy here is putting intense pressure to transform, to change and shift and let the old die away and to start something new. But it's a very, very, very slow moving energy. So it's not the kind of answer that you can just fix overnight in one little tiny tarot reading. Next, regarding business and career, we need to look over here in your natal 10th house. And look what we have. Uranus in Taurus. Uranus in the sign of Taurus, sitting up here right in the early parts of your 10th house of destiny, career, mission, purpose on this earth. So that's a lot of stuff happening in the area of work and career and work. A lot of radical shifts and radical changes, okay? So these are very slow moving energies. Now with the Uranus energy over here, let's just say you had a moment or so of time where you figured like, now I finally understand what I'm doing or what I'm supposed to be doing with business and career. And you think, okay, now I've figured it out. I'm just going to go implement that. And as soon as you implement that, something weird or unpredictable happens that you couldn't have possibly been aware of, and that kind of destabilizes everything. So to me, this feels like, even though you've got the Capricorn Taurus energy over here, which is in some ways harmonious, like these actually work quite well together, they're happening in parts of your life, in your world, where it would be very nice to have a lot of stability. On the other hand, what's actually happening looks like a lot of instability. Like profound changes and shifts that you really can't control, no matter how hard you try. So, in some ways, it's better to just keep going. I think, what did you say, Leo rising? Did you say Leo rising? Yeah, I think you said. So, the Leo energy would like to be right. The Leo energy would like to be acknowledged, recognized, and understood, and accepted, and validated. There's a strong energy of pride associated with Leo. And when that pride is offended, it makes it very difficult for Leos to be happy, okay? So what's happening here in career and business, even though the Taurus Capricorn energies work together very harmoniously, what's actually happening is instability, disruption. So in other words, you start something like a new job, a new career, a new idea, a new business, and it changes into something else, and then things start happening in such a way that, wait a minute, why didn't anybody tell me about this? Why didn't anybody tell me about this? Otherwise, I would have done that or that regarding business and career. But the thing is, you wouldn't know. These energies are happening so deeply and so profoundly, you couldn't possibly know what the future is. So the only option that you have is just to continue to be your most confident, courageous Leo self type of person. Okay? And allow yourself okay, so that's kind of my job here tonight. We haven't even done the cards yet, is to let you know that there's no point in trying to plan for long-term stability regarding business or career. You're much better off of, let's say, going with the flow, baby. Doing that and letting the radical disruptions happen. Letting the unavoidable shifts and change pressures, just let them happen and go with the flow. There's no way you can force any of this to work according to your will. So there's no point in trying, okay? So it's a little bit of a humbling kind of energy. Hard to deal with, especially for a Leo. Cheers, Ms. Medley. All right, I'm going to shuffle everything up here, and then we're going to actually do your tarot reading. Okay, so I'm really glad we looked at a little bit of the astrology in advance. I hope that helps to give a little bit more depth to the reading here. We'll see. Hello, BB. I see you. I see you. No chance, BB. I'm already closed for the night. I can't handle anymore. If you want to, BB, I will do a little micro mini reading for you in private. Okay? But you're going to have to go to tarotlumination.com and book it. Okay? I'll show you just right over here. Okay, right now this is the Tarot Illumination website, but over here there's another button you can see. It's called Readings. You click that and you can book a mini reading. Just book a mini reading with me, okay? And that's what we'll do. That's all I can do for tonight, because I'm working on Ms. Medley right now, and then we got to work with Melissa, and after that I'm done for the night. Okay? Sorry, BB. Thanks, Ms. Medley. Thank you. Yeah, BB, I would love to take your money. That would be fine, but honestly, we've been going for hours here already. I've still got quite a lot of work to do here, and then I'll be done for the night. And I am considering doing another show during the week to pick up the slack where people who didn't get their bookings might have a chance to get one, okay? If you need a full reading, that's fine. I'm willing to work with you on a little tiny micro reading as well, a micro reading. Sometime this week, okay, BB? Sometime this week. It'll probably be, I can't remember where you're located, but it's best from 12 p.m. noon onwards for me, personally, sometime during the week, okay? No problem. No problem. So yeah, just go to tarotillumination.com and get in touch, and we'll sort it out, okay? Ooh, what's that, Ivona? That's exciting. Ooh, that sounds really cool. Okay, Ivona, we need to follow up. I'm always curious about these things. Path Traveler's not right here right now. I don't think she's here, but Path Traveler is always looking for these things too. Path Traveler is very gifted when it comes to like picking things up and finding and discovering things that would be suitable for a retreat. That would be, please, Ivona, let's follow up on that, okay? All right, Miss Medley, let's actually do your reading. That's what you actually bought and paid for. All right, here we go. Let's have a look. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather. We already kind of examined that with the Astrodoodle. So we got the Hierophant. Okay, my feeling here with the Hierophant is that it's kind of like you're going to have to, this is very much in alignment with the Pluto energy, the Pluto in Capricorn, Saturn and Jupiter in Capricorn, and the Uranus and Taurus. My feeling is that, like, regarding business, career, like your place in this world, why you're here, how to make best use of your time so that it makes sense in terms of like being rewarding, being fulfilling, where you feel a sense of connection with your mission, purpose for being here on Earth. With the Hierophant, to me it feels like part of it means making a commitment to something that deep down you know is good for you and that works for you. It might not be the most rewarding financially or something like that, but it means, to me it feels like it's really important to do what destiny has laid out for you. That sounds very kind of wooey, wishy-washy, like non-committal energy. But there's another layer with the Hierophant here. To me, it feels like you have to take charge. Somehow or other, you're going to have to kind of go deep within and decide, what is it that's going to work for me? Now, you might have to go through a process of elimination. What do I know that does not work? I've tried this. This doesn't work. I know that doesn't work. I know that sounds like a really stupid way to sort out business, but honestly, I can tell you from personal experience, Miss Medley, I can tell you from experience, I have a lot of experience in what does not work. And so once you know an awful lot about what does not work, then you're left with just a few little bits of like, well, what's left? Hopefully that's what works. So it's like a process of elimination. So when I see the Hierophant card here for you, to me it feels like it might be an uncomfortable process of discovering a lot of things that do not work to get to the point of discovering what does work. So let me go back. Hold on. Okay, so with the Hierophant here, it's like, it's almost, to me, it feels like starting from scratch. Let's just like rip it all apart, throw the book away and start from scratch. Take out a piece of paper. Do something like crazy like this. Okay, you look in the mirror and you say, okay, I'm Ms. Medley. I've lived this lifetime, I've lived that lifetime. Okay, you kind of do a checklist. I've done this, I've done that. I have skills with this, I have skills with that. I've tried this and it failed. I tried that and it failed, even though I thought I knew what I was doing, blah, blah, blah. I've tried that, it didn't work. I tried that, it didn't work. I tried that, that was kind of cool, that was kind of fun, I like that. So you move over here, you kind of split things up. The negatives and the positives. And you kind of do this process of creating a code, discovering, I know this doesn't work, that doesn't work, that doesn't work, this could work, it should have worked, it might have worked another day, but in fact it didn't. So you end up with a whole pile of stuff that doesn't work. And then you ask yourself, well, what am I left with? What am I left with? Okay? And it is out of the, let's say, minimal number of ingredients that you're left with. I'm not trying to belittle you, but often when you do something like this, you start to realize, oh my God, really, I'm just me. The things that I really love, the things that I can really do, it basically comes down to this, 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 and this. And that's it. I've tried everything else. And so, with the Hierophant here, my feeling is that it's an acceptance and an understanding of a list of everything that doesn't work and creating a new list of things that do work and start to refine that and distill that into a very narrow list of options. What are we going to do now? And you create something new. Okay? But this is a slow process. Everything that I'm talking about here is probably very frustrating, painfully slow, and highly unpredictable, simply because of what I talked about in the Astrodoodles earlier. Okay? We're focusing on business. What's the situation? Okay, with the Three of Swords, you might have suffered losses. You might have feel as though, damn it, I tried this, I tried that, I tried this. Oh, I got screwed over. I gave everything I had, and I just got screwed over. Whether it's your fault or other people's fault, it kind of doesn't matter. You just end up in a situation of a sense of, like, I mean, there's obviously a lot of pain here. And, excuse me, give me a second. Give me a second. I had a little bit of a... Luckily that happened off camera. Excuse me. Cheers, everybody. In terms of business, remember this is a business reading. If you're feeling as though you've suffered losses, you got betrayed, you got screwed over, no matter your best efforts, the best thing to do right now is to understand that and accept that, okay? And then, once you acknowledge this, that it's much easier to, let's say, move on. For example, if you have put a lot of work into the sphere of business, the sphere of career, so that you can be the best person, the most awesome person that you can be in this three-dimensional life, where things like career and business and day job are a huge component of the lives of a lot of people, especially in America, okay? And then, let's just say there's a lot of disappointment here. So that's, to me, it goes back to what we were talking about here earlier, where having to go through the very painful process of discovering what does not work. So the process of elimination is... I see you, BB. And so, BB, all right, so just... So I'm in the middle of reading, okay? So BB, just go to terraillumination.com and we'll follow up. Go to the Connect page and we'll book something. We'll do a little mini micro reading, okay? But not tonight, all right? So this is a very painful process of learning, admitting, and discovering everything that does not work. So what are you left with? Well, what does work? What are the facts? What are the realities of your life that does exist? And out of that, creating a new paradigm, a new business model, a new way of a new operating system, okay? Okay, so yeah, this is painful. Very, very painful, and heading into something new, okay? It's not the end of the world, okay? You just said something there. You're changing professions after a majorly painful realization. I don't know why I'm laughing, but anyway. I guess it's because of the shocking truth. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's amazing what happens on these readings. Okay, so what's the problem, okay? Okay, to me it feels like you're wondering if you're ever going to recover, if you're ever going to heal, and are you going to be dealing with a permanent non-healing wound for the rest of your life because of all the bad things that have happened. That's a perfectly understandable fear. I remember though, okay, fear, false evidence appearing real. This doesn't have to be real. It could be a fear. Fear is a natural component of when things go wrong, okay? The fear of hurting again, or the fear of being hurt again, especially in terms of business career. It said on your notes you're changing your profession. Also, another thing here, I don't know what kind of profession. I don't want to. I don't like to ask questions to get information so I can validate my reading to you. I don't want to do that. Well, all I want to do is just kind of help from this perspective, and then you can reinterpret the reading to suit yourself. So with the Four of Swords here, the way I'm seeing it is that you're scared that you'll ever fully recover from the pains and the losses of previous experiences of businesses and activities and professions where certain parts of it didn't work out. That's understandable, okay? It's almost the same kind of pain that happens in lost love and broken relationships. Will I ever heal? Will I ever have a chance to recover? It's understandable. Let's have a look. How do we deal with that? You move on. Okay, this is a card of hope, divine inspiration, divine protection, divine intervention. Basically, you could say you are guided and you are protected. Okay? I should probably play that little song right now. Ms. Medley is saying, I was very corporate and now I'm going spiritual. Okay, so it looks to me like, okay, it's a tragic ending of the corporate world. You're going into the world of spirituality. This is the perfect little card for you. To me, it feels it's like My job is to tell you that you're heading in the right direction and that you are guided and that you are protected. You just needed to have a little hint. You just needed to have a, it's like here tonight, having this tarot reading is just a little like, it's almost like, hey, hold on. It's like, hey, hey, Melissa, it's okay. Okay? We all screw up. Okay? I cannot describe to you how much pain, tragedy, suffering, and loss I've had in my so-called careers. I've had multiple careers that they were DOA. They were dead on arrival. I would start something in a spectacular vortex of opportunity, and it just explodes in my face. It goes supernova in terms of failure. I know an awful lot about what does not work. And it's very, very painful. And yet I'm still here. All I'm suggesting is that you have some of that in you too. When you go forward, if you're moving from corporate world, all the Capricorn stuff, into something spiritual, where things are very different, the Star card is there just to remind you the way to handle it, the way to deal with the transition is to understand that you are guided, you are protected. Okay? It's the energy of hope. Okay? So no matter how ugly and painful and tragic it's been, life goes on. It's like rebirth, a revival. And there is hope. I'm not saying what the details are, because hope doesn't really have a lot of details. Hope is just a message like, don't worry, it's going to be okay. I'm not going to tell you exactly how, but that's divine intervention coming from your spirit guides, your guardian angels, your invisible friends, your archangels. They're there for you. It's like as far as they're concerned, it's just like, God, finally, Miss Medley, you've come to the place where, oh my God, the screen froze. It's like, this is like a moment of epiphany, okay? Like the Star card is just like, my the way I feel it, I have to tell you, like, you're going to be okay. You're going to be fine. You're guided, you're protected. And the more and more you go deeper into the world of the spirituality stuff, whatever that looks like for you, the more you're going to realize that you are guided and that you are protected, and also that you're going to have to rely more and more on being guided and being protected, because the deeper you go into that world, the more, let's say, intangible things can become. Farther, you can't be farther, you can't possibly be farther away from the corporate world than what we're doing right now. Okay? Like, even if I was like some kind of, world famous global, like, psychic medium, tarot, astrology doodle reader person, and I had my own TV show and I was worth millions of dollars like James Von Prague, he still lives like this. Okay? He's lucky. He made it big time on earthly terms. He has a very powerful, massive, grand earth trine, Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus, which allowed him to function in a very operational earth. I don't have that. So I'm literally at the mercy of the clouds. I'm at the mercy of the angels. Now for you, Melissa, you might be lucky. You might have some kind of earthy things inside your profile that give you a sense of connection to this earth, and you can make something out of it. All I'm suggesting with the Star card is that you're guided and you're protected. And the further you go on this path, the more guidance and protection that you will receive. But there is a caveat. It works by invitation. You need to invite the guidance and the protection to come to you. It's all about building a relationship between yourself and your spirit guides. so that it's like a team. Because you can't possibly do what you have to do without the support of your team. It's like tarot illumination is not tarot illumination because I'm some godly creature who has these magical spiritual gifts and talents and wonders. I am simply an instrument. I am almost invisible. Okay? It's almost like I have no identity at all except for the energy that works through me at that moment in time. And so in some ways it's very painful to be a human that way because it makes you feel like I don't exist. I'm just an instrument of the healing power of love. I don't have a career. I don't have money. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow or the day after. I don't know what happened about all the tragedy of life before. You just keep going. You've got the star card. The star card is with me all the time. It's here with you, okay? There you go. I hope that helps you. Thank you, Ms. Medley. Next up, it's Melissa. Here we go. Nikki, thank you so much. Thank you so much for helping out. And I feel really, really grateful that you've been here kind of doing backup, you know. Hello, Elizabeth. I see you. Elizabeth Boucher is here. I want to let everybody know Elizabeth Boucher has had a life that none of you would choose to live. Okay? And yet she's still here alive today to tell the tale. And guess what? She's a highly gifted writer. And at some point in time, that will be recognized and acknowledged here on earth. Okay? Hello, Elizabeth. All right, Melissa, you're up. What do you say? Venus and Mars in Scorpio. Okay. You're up, Melissa. It's yours right now. This is the last reading of the evening, folks. After that, we're just going to hang out for a few minutes and check out, okay? Just saw your note there, Nikki. I get it. I see what you're saying. I understand you. That's a tough one. Oh, wow. Melissa Lawrence. What's that? Sun in Capricorn. I have Sun in Capricorn and Aquarius in Moon. Okay, Moon and Aquarius. Moon and Aquarius, Moon rising. Okay, well, you know what? Hold on. Let me just finish this shuffle, and I'm going to get the little astrodoodle out for you. Oh boy, Melissa. First of all, I need a sip of the good stuff. What a true joy it is to be here tonight working with you folks. And I get to do the things that I love to do. I make a couple of bucks. I get to have one of my favorite beverages. And I hang out together. So, Melissa, Sun in Capricorn, Aquarius, and Moon rising. Okay, let's just do a double duty here. Let's look at the Aquarius Moon rising. Okay? This is how it's going to affect you right now at this moment in time. Here we go. Can you see what happened just now? This is now Aquarius rising, Aquarius moon. Hello, Robin. Okay, so, Melissa. Okay, you got Venus and Mars in Scorpio. So where's Scorpio over here for you? All right, so, dear Melissa, right now the sun is up here in Scorpio in your natal 10th house of destiny, career, mission on life, your purpose, and so on. It's under a lot of pressure, okay? You might be feeling a lot of pressure, okay? It will be understandable. I'm going to do a little bit of projecting right. Oh, hold on. Let me figure out how I'm going to do this. Okay, Melissa, hold on. We've got the Aquarius. Okay, we got the Pluto over here. Okay, we got this over here. We got this over here. I'm not going to dwell on relationship matters, even though they're quite strongly aspected with North Node in Gemini here, 5th house, Moon in Leo in the 7th house. I want to focus on things that are more tangible. Thank you, Robin. I'll take that. I'm not doing any more readings, okay? No more readings tonight, but I'm very grateful for the donations. All right, so with the Aquarius rising and Aquarius moon, I feel like I have to go to the planet Uranus. Where is it? Over here. Uranus rules the sign of Aquarius. Uranus is in Taurus right now, okay? It's been here for a few years. We still have another, whatever it is, like 4.5 years to go. So this is kind of an uncomfortable energy for Aquarians to have their ruling planet in a hard square for the next few years. Especially when it comes to the 4th house over here of the foundations of your life, home, family, stability, security, okay? So, dear Melissa, you might be feeling occasional, rumblings in the foundations of your life, especially when it comes to things like home and family. Radical, weird, unpredictable surprises, okay? Where the whole idea of stability, Taurus loves stability, that's what it cares about, is deeply shaken right now. So you might be feeling some earthquakes in the aspect of your home life right now. I don't know what that would be like. Relationships, finances, the location, wherever you are, instability in the home life right now. Okay? And it's going to be going on for a while, so you might as well get used to it. This is destabilizing, uncomfortable energy. It's not the end of the world. What I'm going to do now is do something a little bit of a projection here. So, Melissa, what I'm going to suggest to you is that 2021 is going to be a roller coaster for you. I'm predicting way into the future here right now. Why am I doing that? Why do I feel comfortable doing that? Because I can. You see over here in your natal 12th house, we've got Saturn, Pluto, and Jupiter. It's tremendous pressure on your 12th house. This is the house of self-undoing. This is the house of hidden enemies. This is the house of endings. This is the house where it's like the kitchen drawer. This is where we tend to stuff everything in our life and our world that we can't handle right now. So, Melissa, if you've got a place in your house, it might be in your kitchen drawer, it might be in the garage, it might be in your bedroom, under the bed, at the back of a closet, or somewhere where you stuff everything that you just can't handle right now, whatever it is. And you have the same thing in your spiritual life, your physical life, your financial life, your relationship life. Anything and everything that you can't handle is being stuffed into the kitchen drawer of your life right now. It's been going on for a long time, and we still have a couple more years to go with Pluto. But Saturn and Jupiter are moving out here soon. Starting in 2021, Saturn and Jupiter are going to be moving into your natal first house. Okay? So there's going to be radical shifts and upheavals in your sense of identity. And it's already tough enough because you've got Aquarius rising. So there's high degrees of unpredictability already. You might be perceived as someone who's kind of quirky, unique, special, weird, unpredictable by other people. Other people. 7th house. Okay? But for you, being you is perfectly normal. That's who you are. But the thing is, Saturn is going to be there for 2.5 years. Jupiter is going to be there for a year. Okay? So please start planning now. Please look at your life and your world around you and allow and plan for the fact that 2021 is going to be an absolutely shocker roller coaster of a year. Highly unpredictable. In some ways very karmically challenging. In some ways very expansive and illuminating. Like bringing you into a whole new sense of awareness of who you are. And then having to live within the restrictions of who you are simultaneously. That's looking at 2021. Okay, you probably didn't expect, or I didn't expect to give that kind of reading here, but I couldn't help it when I saw the chart, okay? The next thing I'm going to do is go to the Capricorn. Didn't you say you're a Capricorn sun sign? So let's do that. This is the Capricorn. So, dear Melissa, as a Capricorn, you've probably been dealing with years, ever since 2008, over here, dealing with years and years of profound, grinding, unrelenting, irreversible change, where you might have felt as though your life is being ripped out from under you, like in terms of erosion, and at the same time, a new life is being formed around you, kind of like the way that planet Earth works, the way that volcanoes erupt and they create new land, okay? Like new islands in the Pacific, new islands across the Earth, new things in Hawaii, all that kind of stuff. So like, it's the birth and death, you know. Pluto energy is very much to do with the energy of birth and death. The death of the old and the birth of the new happening simultaneously. The reality check police are here right now. So if you're not aware, you need to be aware that you're going to go through these big shifts and changes towards for the next 2 months of this year. A lot of pressure here to change and shift, and then you're going to be thrown in the deep end of shifts and changes once Saturn and Jupiter enter your rising sign over here. This is your solar sign over here. This is your rising sign over here. Okay? I hope that helps you. God help us. I feel like saying, God help you, Melissa, because you're going to need it. But the thing is, you wouldn't be here incarnated in this lifetime unless you could handle it. You're going to be fine, okay? Thank you, Elizabeth. Maybe Melissa needed to hear that. I'm going to be losing my voice soon. I can't take it much more. We'll be fine. Don't worry, Melissa. We got this. I'm just making sure the deck is nice and clear. All right, let's have a look. See what's going on here. Okay, we've done enough messing around with the astrodoodles. What I'm sensing here, Melissa, is we're really talking about identity. Your identity at the very depth of your soul, and what does that look like in three-dimensional life. I'm trying to link up the Aquarius rising moons thing with the solar Capricorn energy. They're right next to each other in terms of houses. Here we go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Now let's look at the okay, let's have a look. Okay, so we've got the Eight of Swords here. So, Melissa, what I'm sensing is that, to me, it feels like you're almost at a point of overwhelm. And again, that wouldn't surprise me at all with what's happening in the charts and the planets right now. The way I see it, when I was looking at this thing right now for today, but looking into, I'm projecting, doing heavy projections, okay? The solar self over here. The natal self over here. This is so much pressure, you might not even realize how much pressure that you are under right now. And you're just getting by, getting through because you've figured out how to do so. But deep down at the pit of your soul, you have to understand you're under intense pressure to change, evolve, adapt, grow in profound ways that you could never have possibly anticipated 5, 10, 15 years ago. And that change is going to happen. More radical changes are going to happen starting in 2021. Okay? My feeling is that I'll let you know that, dear Melissa, you're under a lot more pressure than you even realize. That's not a bad thing. It's probably better that you don't even know how much pressure that you're under and that you just keep going. Pretend, okay, here's my feelings like, Melissa, just imagine like you're at an amusement park with your family or when you're a little kid, okay? And your caregivers, your parental figures decide, you know what, our dear little Melissa, she needs to grow up. Let's do this really good thing to help her grow up. We're going to do something terrifying. We're going to throw her into the maze, you know, one of those things where they have bushes and trees and whatever, and you have to walk through and figure out how to come through the other side. And your caregivers decided, the best thing we can do right now is say, hello, Melissa. We've got a little treat for you when you come out the other side. We're going to go get, I don't know, pizza and ice cream. But you have to go through the maze first. Okay? And little Melissa says, okay, I can do that. I want my ice cream. I want my pizza rewards. Thank you. And then the parents go, we got this. Okay, watch. Okay, dear Melissa, here. You see that little doorway over there? That's the opening to the maze. All you have to do is go inside the maze and we'll see you on the other side. Bye. And so little Melissa goes into the maze and you walk in the front door of the maze and you kind of go like, oh, I can't wait to find out my... where am I? I'm lost. Do I go left? Do I go right? Do I go straight ahead? Do I go backwards? I don't know. You have to make a decision. So there's little Melissa. You've been pushed into the front door of the maze, and you don't know where it ends or where it starts or anything. All you know is that you have to get through and come out the other side, okay? And so that's what I'm feeling is happening here for you right now. And of course, in terms of the story, you come out the other side just fine, but you're a completely different person when you come out the other side. Let's just say you come out the other side and you look at your mommy and your caregivers and your daddy and whoever, aunts and uncles and brothers and sisters at the amusement park. And you come out like, what happened? What happened? Like, and they're saying like, Melissa, it's okay. We're still here. Let's go and get your pizza and ice cream. Meanwhile, you're traumatized because you had to go through this thing and nobody told you what you were going to go through or how to do it. Okay? And then you come out the other side. But you're going to be okay. So anyway, that's what I'm sensing here in terms of my visual depiction of the Eight of Swords for you right now. You have to understand that according to the little story I just told you, it's really about understanding that you're innocent, you're sweet. There is nothing bad going on here, but you're being tested, you're being trialed, you're going through like a maturation, like a growth experience where you're going to have to face demons and spooks and scary things that you don't understand. You're going to have to make decisions based on what? Intuition, knowledge, guesswork? I don't know. You just have to keep going, and then you come out the other side. Okay, let's have a look here. What's the situation itself? Okay, it's a scary experience, okay? The hermit, no one can do this for you. Like, let's just say, go back to the analogy of your caregivers, parents, aunts, uncles, friends, wherever. They took you to the amusement park, and they threw you into the front door of a maze with bait. They said, just do this, come out the other side, and we'll give you a wonderful treat. You're going to have hamburgers or French fries or fish and chips or something that you absolutely adore, like a banana split or a chocolate sundae or something. And you come out the other side. No one else can live through this except you. So in some ways, it feels to me like it's a terrifying, lonely experience, and there's no point in trying to pretend it's anything else. And it is my job as your reader to let you know all this stuff in advance so that when you actually go through this stuff, especially towards the end of 2020 and especially into 2021, you are already aware. Okay? You're going to have to live through this thing. It's your life, it's your experience, okay? You can't outsource it to anyone or anything else. And so it might be scary, weird, disorienting. But again, that does not surprise me when I look at the charts. So it might be feel like a lonely experience. But again, this is just a chapter in life, okay? Now, let's keep going. What's the problems here? Okay, with the, I guess, the Emperor here. It's like, to me it feels like, God damn it, I wish there was some amazing superpower that would come and sort this stuff out for me so that I don't have to sort it out myself. It would be amazing if just, you lived in a movie. Like, again, go back to the analogy of you being a little kid at the amusement park. To me, it feels like the shock and the terrifying imagination that there's no one who's going to ever come and save me or figure this out for me. There is no like divinely ordained superpower, hero, God of all gods that is going to save me from this. And so that's terrifying, because then you end up going back full circle, like, does that mean I'm the only one who can figure this out? And then you end up having to be the boss of yourself and learning the hard way? Yes. Okay? So, another thing is, to me it feels like a card in this position, this reading, a card of like every now and again having these random shocking moments of terrifying loss of self-confidence. Okay? Like, it's almost like, because you've got that Capricorn Sun energy, I think you said. Capricorns need to feel safe, secure, confident. They need to have order and structure, a sense of mission and purpose, and the commensurate rewards, okay? So you might feel as though none of that is available or coming to you. The whole terrifying loss that I'm never going to prevail. I'm never going to win. I'm never going to be the boss. I'm never going to be a leader. I'm never going to succeed. I'm never going to have mastery, control, and ownership of my life. God help me. Oh my God. No. Okay? So how are we going to deal with that? To me it feels like, again, back to the story of the little kid thrown into a maze in the amusement park. And then the kid coming to this shocking feeling like, oh my God, no one's going to save me. I have to figure it out. I'm going to have to be the boss of my own life. The only way I'm going to get through this is to get through this. God help me. So how do we deal with that? Okay. You know what, Melissa? Here's what I'm sensing. To me, it feels like this whole reading here is like a big kind of cheat thing. To me, it feels like this whole reading happened very specifically, that you needed to have this reading before you get into 2021. Because this little reading is kind of giving you, like it's a cheat sheet. To me, it feels literally like a cheat sheet, where even though you know you're going to have to face these things, even though it might be scary and lonely, and even though you might be terrified that it might not ever work, the reality is that it is going to work. Okay, you're going to be okay. Okay, so it feels like with the Four of Wands there, it feels like it's like this secret, like, hey Melissa, don't worry, just between you and me and everyone else here tonight. It's all about the story, and yes, it might be terrifying to go through the maze. Yes, you might be terrified that you'll never, ever, ever get out of the maze. And it's so lonely. But there's a secret that you need to know. When you do get out, and you will get out on the other side, it's going to be a party. You're going to be celebrated. You're going to be recognized and acknowledged. Just imagine yourself as the little girl, Melissa, and you got duped into it. You got scammed. You got fooled into going into the maze because they promised you your favorite treats, whatever it is, fish and chips, or, your favorite thing. I don't know, enchiladas with sauce or something, whatever it is. And so in the amusement park, you've gone into this epic maze, and it's terrifying and it's lonely. On the other side, there's the caregivers, friends, family, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, whatever it is. They're already sitting at the cafe thing, the restaurant. They're just waiting for you to come out the other side, because they already know that you're going to be okay. They already know that you're going to be terrified. They already know that you're going to be a different person when you come out the other side. But that's the whole point. And they're going to give you a reward. And you're going to come out the other side of the maze, and you're going to go like, what just happened? What just happened? Oh, I did it. And then they're going to give you a reward. Like, come on and sit at the table. Now you're one of us. You're one of us. Because each one of us had to go through the same thing. Okay? So, to me, it's a really happy ending to a really scary, horrible, like, ongoing story. So it's like a kid's adventure story. Like, everything gets very, very scary. And the more scary it gets, the more scary it gets. But by the end of the story, let's say, whenever that is, the end of 2021 or something, I don't know. I don't want to predict that far. You're going to be just fine. Okay? So to me, this is kind of like a confidence booster reading. You're going to be just fine, Melissa. Okay? It might be scary at times, but there's no point in talking about that stuff. Because otherwise you'd never go into the maze. You'd never take the bait. You'd never get seduced by the con, the scam of like, Melissa, you're going to get your own favorite special treats when you come out. And they're not going to tell you how scary and difficult it is to actually get through the maze. But you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. All right, Melissa? Got it? There you go. All right, let's clean up this stage here. We all have lives to live, things to do, people to see, places to go. It's been a wonderful evening. I hope you liked your reading, Melissa. Let's just put this here. No more readings tonight. Thank you very much. It's been wonderful. I've loved hanging out with you guys. I'm going to leave you all with one little Tarot Illumination song, then we all have to get going. Okay? Hello, Robin. I see you. Great wisdom coming from Elizabeth Boucher. Thank you, Elizabeth Boucher. All right, the deck is now officially cleared enough for me to put it down. I'm going to have my last final little sip. Well, actually, my second last. Hold on. Let's go to the other stage. Cheers, everybody. It's been a pleasure. I hope you get something out of the readings. We'll be here again next Sunday. In the meantime, the people who didn't get readings, who wanted one, you can go to tarotlumination.com. You can book a personal reading. I think I can't remember who I set it up with, but we're going to do a personal reading, okay? It'll just be a little one. We'll sort it out. Don't you worry, okay? Power! Power! I'm going to play a little Tarot Illumination song that I wrote to cheer myself up, to get myself all pumped up so that I could handle the life that was unfolding in front of me. Because I was S-H-I-T scared. I had to do something. So I wrote this song. It's called Love is the Word. Okay, it sounds like this. Let's see if I can find it. Yes, here it is. Let's have a look. And the chorus is, love is the word.
For the skies, opening my hands to welcome in the day, gather in steps I've done. And the healing vibrations rattle through my soul, shaking out the poisons, making me whole, casting out diseases by chanting the word. The sounds of the universe by all will be heard. Resonate inside us, numb is the word. Now the day is done and moon is on the rise. My trials and tribulations all bottled up inside. I summon in the numb as I reach up for the skies. I command all fear and shadows be gone before my eyes.